Before we honor our seniors, we would first like to recognize Simon Fraser's 5 seniors. Number 1, Nevada Johnson. Number 9, Erin Murphy. Number 17, Kristen Zamadou. Number 20, Abby McGlynn. And number 23, Janny Baldwin. Congratulations on a great season. All right, it is time to honor our seniors. Our first senior is outfielder Lexi Barkham, a 4-year letter winner. Lexi has appeared in 167 career games for the Vikings while batting near 300. Off the field, Lexi is a standout student athlete that is a 3-time GNAC academic all-star and is nearing completion of her MBA here at Western. Let's welcome to Viking Field number 2, Lexi Barkham, joined by her mother Angie and her father Dan. Our next senior is one of the most decorated pitchers in program history, recording 38 wins to rank in the top 10 in program history. Joey Baker has totaled 299 strikeouts and 23 complete games. Also a star student athlete, Joey is a 3-time GNAC All-Academic pick while nearing her degree in biology. Joining Joey today on the field is Mom Wendy, Sister Joanne, Sister boyfriend Preston, nephew Jaden, Auntie Tammy, Uncle Tim, and her friend Tia. Please welcome Joey Baker. Our next senior has been a standout all-around player in 3 seasons for the Vikings, making highlight reel catches in right field and clutch hits at the plate. In 148 games for Western, McKenna Crum has hit .297 with 13 doubles, 4 triples, 2 home runs, drove in 55 runs, and is 25 for 29 stealing bases. McKenna is nearing her degree in biology and is a 2-time GNAC All-Academic selection. Joining her on the field today is Mom Karina, Dad Dwayne, Sister Zoe, Grandpa Garland, Grandpa Doug, Grandma Faye, boyfriend Albert, and family. Welcome to the field, number 14, McKenna Crum. Our next senior is no stranger to being on the field as the Vikings' all-time leader in games played, appearing in 204 games. Kamilehua Pitoy is a career .305 hitter with 38 doubles, 92 RBIs, 103 runs scored, and one of the biggest home runs in program history with a 3-run homer in the Super Regional Final last season. Captain Cunny is nearing her degree in exercise science and kinesiology, and today she is joined by Mom Lei, Dad Kale, Sister Kamale, Uncle Tyson, niece Kealoha, and nephew Kealaka'i. Please welcome to the field number 15, Kamilehua Pitoy. Our final senior today has been an amazing transfer into the program over the last 2 seasons, combining to hit .320 with 24 home runs and 102 RBIs, one of the best power hitters in program history. Emily Andrzejewski Ramirez has done it all as a Viking in 2 of the best seasons in program history. A GNAC all-academic selection this season, Emma graduated in March with a social studies degree with an emphasis in history, and she will start her master's in special education teaching May 1st. Joining Emma on Viking Field today is Mom Katie, Dad John, husband Rob, father-in-law Robert, brothers Mark and Zane, cousins Gaspar, Raphael, and Jamie, Grandma Ollie, Aunt Tara, Grandpa Jim, Grandma Robin, and friend Emmy. I think I got everyone. Welcome to the field, number 38, Emily Andrzejewski Ramirez. One big team photo of players joining the seniors and their families. Let's get seniors in the front all together, if we can. Squeeze in as much as possible. I don't know if we have a wide enough lens to fit all of you. Let's get you lined up near home plate. We're going to try to do this all at once. Whoever's throwing the first pitch, if you could line up across from your senior. I'm not sure Joey and Connie will be able to see the ball when it comes to them, so try to throw straight. All right, is everyone ready? You all ready? Ready to do this? Okay. On my cue, ready, set, pitch. Yeah, I saw some strikes in there. All right, we are going to get started with our starting lineup. So I'm going to hand the mic over to Zen Hill. Thank you, everyone. Congratulations to our seniors.
All right, welcome fans to our senior day here at Viking Field, and welcome to this GNAC doubleheader between the Simon Fraser Red Leafs and your number 10 nationally ranked Western Washington Vikings. This is the second doubleheader of a 4-game series between the two teams, with the Vikings winning both games Friday. Let's meet your lineups today. First for the visitors, the non-starters in numerical order. For Simon Fraser, number 1, Nevada Johnston. Number 2, Annika Jansen. Number 3, Libby Surgrive. Number 5, Monica Bork. Number 7, McKenna Simmons. Number 8, Ray Bates. Number 24, Rachel Bowles. Number 25, Alexandra Nazaroff. and number 33, Cadence Dobransky. And now the starting lineups for the visiting Red Leafs. Batting leadoff in center field, number 9, Aaron Murphy. Batting second, the shortstop, number 11, Grace McMillan. Batting third in left field, number 20, Addie McGlynn. Batting cleanup at first base, number 17, Christian Dabadou. Batting fifth, the designated player, number 23, Johnny Balkan. Batting sixth, the second baseman, number 15, Ella Booth. Batting seventh at third base, number 13, Cassidy Appel. Batting eighth in right field, number 12, Lauren Luttide. And batting ninth at catcher, number 4, Taylor Henley. In the circle for Simon Fraser, the right-handed pitcher, number 16, Jordan Rappel. The Red Leafs are led by head coach Stacey Fournier and assistant coaches Courtney Summers and Tori Peterson. And now let's meet the starting lineup for your Vikings. We'll start though with the first non-starters in numerical order. Number 3, Rachel Traxler. Number 5, Gracie Houston. Number 7, Allie Kimball. Number 9, Kayana Khan. Number 10, Adeline McCutcheon. Number 17, Evie Messina. Number 21, Chase Flip Williams. Number 23, Haley Kim. Number 24, Nairi Johnson. And number 32, Alexis Slater. Now let's meet your starting Vikings. First, batting leadoff at third base, number 8, Malia Andrews. Batting second, the senior second baseman, number 15, Connie Patoy. Batting third at shortstop, number 1, Haley Rath. Batting cleanup at the designated player position, number 38, Emma Andrew Jeski Ramirez. Batting fifth at first base, number 19, Olivia Matlock. Batting sixth and catchy, number 99, Paris Delamagore. Batting seventh in center field, number 16, Layla Carpenter. Batting eighth in right field, number 14, McKenna Crum. And riding it out in left field, number 2, Lexi Barcombe. In the circle for your Vikings, the senior, number 13, Joey Baker. Vikings are led by head coach Cheryl Gilmore. She's assisted by Sharina Lamasan, Leah Francis, Ashley Jacobson, and Hanako Hirai. And also our great athletic trainer, Thomas Silverberger. Umpires for today's game, home plate Chad Smith, first baseman Joel Capello, and at third base Tom Heaton. Fans, at this time we ask that you please rise if able and direct your attention to the flags to the right of field for the playing of both national anthems.
Good afternoon and welcome to Viking Field, home of the Western Washington Vikings. It's the second day of our doubleheader to finish off the regular season between your Vikings and the visiting Simon Fraser Red Leafs. Yesterday the Vikings took 2 victories via a 5-1 win in Game 1 and also an 8-0 run rule victory in Game 2. We've got 2 more games here to conclude the regular season for both these schools. Simon Fraser enters this one at a record of 22-21 overall, 13-9 in conference games. Western Washington 35-10 overall with a 19-3 GNAC record. A GNAC regular season title with the first win yesterday. It's just the second time that Western Washington has won a regular season title, and they're headed to the postseason as the 1 seed. GNAC championships will be played in Nampa, Idaho on Northwest Nazarene's campus. But we've got our final games here in Bellingham, Washington today for you. And for them, we'll see the starting pitcher Joey Baker for Western Washington getting the start here on Senior Day. The right-handed pitcher pitched 3 innings yesterday before being replaced for Kiana Kong in the 8-0 Game 2 victory. Joey Baker does enter the circle with a 1.99 ERA, dropped below 2 after the shutout performance yesterday. Getting set to make her 22nd start of the season. She's thrown 95 innings thus far with 83 strikeouts. She'll take on the circle. On the other side of things for Simon Fraser, it'll be Jordan Ruppel in the circle for the Red Leafs. The right-handed pitcher is still just a freshman. We saw her in Game 2 as well yesterday. She had her ERA raised to a 4.57 after exiting the game after she gave up the 2-run home run to Malia Andrews. That made the score 5-0. But we're ready to go here on Senior Day. We saw the seniors celebrated before our first pitch. Joey Baker, Lexi Barco, McKenna Crum, Emma Andrzejewski Ramirez, and Connie Patoy. A great class being honored here at Viking Field. Last times in the regular season that we'll see them here in Bellingham. Joey Baker with the first pitch. Delivers the strike and we're underway. Erin Murphy at the plate. She is 1 steal away from tying Simon Fraser's all-time stolen base record in a season. So the center fielder looks to pick that up today, maybe break the record today as well. She struggled to get on base yesterday. Did end up reaching in Game 2, and that's where she stole base number 42. 1 ball, 1 strike from Joey Baker dealing in the circle. Baker an 83 strikeout to 47 walk ratio. Batter's hitting just .209 against the righty. 1-1 pitch from her. Chop swing to Haley Rath at short. Throw across the diamond for the first out of the game. And we're rolling here at Viking Field. Murphy sat down on a 6-3. It'll bring up Grace McMillan, the starting shortstop for the Red Leafs. Simon Fraser set to face off against potentially St. Martin's when it comes to the GNAC tournament. Red Leafs and Vikings could face again for the GNAC title. Entered this series as the 1 and 2 seeds in the conference. Grace McMillan batting .302, a 44th start of the year. She hasn't missed one for Simon Fraser. Here's Baker's pitch. With 1 out, it's fouled back for strike 1. McMillan entered this weekend series against the Vikings on a 7-game hitting streak, had no hits in Game 1, and only had a walk in the second game. So that has swiftly ended here at Western Washington. As Baker misses high. Paris Delamagore, we mentioned, doing the catching. Andrzejewski Ramirez starting at the DP spot for Game 1. And it comes due to the move of Joey Baker taking the circle for the start. Her and Delamagore have been the battery throughout the season when Baker starts. That one's fouled back for a loud strike 2. Baker 13-7 in the circle this season. She's pitched 3 complete games. And a full season of work after having a nice junior year for the Vikings coming off of that sophomore season where she was injured, and she chops the strike in there for her first K of the game. She froze McMillan, and the backwards K goes for out number 2 here in the first. Two up, 2 down so far for Baker in the start. She'll face off against Abby McGlynn, who has swung it well in this weekend series here at Viking Field. Cheryl Gilmore will come out of the dugout. She allowed Joy Baker to toss in this start and aptly picks up the strikeout ball after Baker picks up the first K here in our first inning. Special senior day for a lot of these Vikings players that we've seen in the uniform, like Patoy, Baker, and Barcombe for their entire careers, and then a couple transfers that have made an impact in McKenna Crum and Andrew Jeske Ramirez. 2 down in the first. Here's Baker's pitch. Up and in, strike called. Baker had a great start to 2025. One pitcher of the week in the conference during weeks 3 and 4. Has had a couple bumpy starts as of late. Looks to get on track here against SFU. This is flown to center. An easy play for Layla Carpenter. 3 up, 3 down for Baker in the first. We'll go bottom 1. Vikings bats coming up when we come back. Yeah, 300 Ks. Bottom of 1 here at Viking Field. Vikings put up a scoreless frame in the top of the first as part of Joey Baker's start here on senior day. Picked up her 300th career strikeout, and now it's time for the bats to go to work. Malia Andrews, Connie Patoy, and Haley Rath up now. Andrews enters this game with a even 500 batting average, making her 46th start of the season. First pitch strike delivered into her from the starter, Jordan Ruppel. Ruppel, the right-handed pitcher, with a 4-7 record so far in 13 starts now today. 4.57 ERA in the circle for the Red Leafs. Andrews sees it low, ball 1. Ruppel so far through 67 1/3 innings, 46 strikeouts to 18 walks. Batters, though, have found nice contact against her. Vikings put up 5 runs off of her in Game 2 yesterday. This is missed up and in for ball 2. Ruppel, just a freshman with the Red Leafs. Entered this series 9th in the conference. Put her on the leaderboard for ERA from pitchers. That misses low, and Andrews well ahead 3-1 to start her at bat. Andrews leads the team in walks, 32, had one yesterday. Stays at her even 500 hitting average, which ties her at 3rd in all of NCAA, and she takes the walk to lead things off. So Andrews is aboard to start it. It'll bring up the senior Connie Patoy. She is the Vikings' all-time careers games played leader and makes another start here in a Western Washington uniform. Her final 2 starts in Bellingham during the regular season. Foul ball from her. And we say regular season because there's a chance Western Washington ends up here during the West Regionals. Outright hosting the West might be a little bit further than hosting a super regional, as Western Washington is currently ranked 4th in the West entering this weekend, despite being the top nationally ranked team in the West region via the coaches poll, but the RPI does not favor Western Washington. Strength of schedule has been low so far for the Vikings, but coming off of a runner-up season to the College World Series and hoping to get back there. Need a good performance in the conference tournament next weekend. As Patoy puts this on the line to center field, the senior has a base hit in her first at-bat. 2 on as the first two batters find a way to reach against Ruppel. Walking a single now in the first, brings up Haley Rath. So the junior Haley Rath, 357 hitter for her. Chance to break this game open early. Vikings scored 1 run in both games in the first inning yesterday. Ruppel trying to avoid that, but she's got no outs, 2 on. Rath looks at the first pitch for a strike. Chad Smith calling the balls and strikes behind home plate. As part of our 3-man umpiring crew today. Joe Capello at first base, Tom Heaton at third. Vikings with runners on first and second. Rath looks at another strike and down in an 0-2. These top 3 orders in the hitter in the batting lineup have started every single game so far for the Vikings. 46 for Andrews, Patoy, and Rath as Haley Rath skies this one a mile high into right center field. Easily playable. Andrews going to tag up from the catch. The throw down is in time, and they doubled her up. Patoy does tag up from first to second, but Andrews gets gunned out from center field. A beautiful throw by Aaron Murphy, and there's now 2 outs off some defensive help during the flyout. Andrew Jeski Ramirez to the plate with a runner in scoring position, but now 2 outs in the first, and Jordan Ruppel, after allowing the first 2 to reach, got some help from her defense. She pounds in a strike against the designated player. It was a pretty shallow fly ball. Was surprised that Andrews was trying to tag up on it. She has decent speed, but it was a pretty well-thrown ball by the center fielder Murphy, and tagged her out by a good distance as well. Ball 1 misses low to the DP. Andrew Jeski Ramirez transferred to Western Washington last year from BYU. Joined the Vikings and immediately put people on notice as a legit power threat. Haven't seen it shown at home so far this year. She does have 6 bombs on the year. Got under this one and popped it up into shallow center. Murphy charging in, makes a catch. And despite allowing the first 2 to reach, Ruppel escapes the inning scoreless and will head to the second. No runs on the board for either side. Top of the second inning here on the south campus of Western Washington University. Game 1 of a doubleheader today between Simon Fraser and your Vikings. Final 2 regular season games for each squad, but each of them headed to the postseason next weekend. Joey Baker in the circle for the second inning. I got against the cleanup hitter leading off this frame, Kristen Daviduk. Baker in the first inning went 1-2-3, picked up a strikeout, her 300th of her career, and a remarkable milestone for the right-handed pitcher that she gets here on senior day. That one skied up and foul for the first strike of the at-bat. She led Western Washington last season with 116 strikeouts. For a season, that was top 15 all time. She pounds in a strike there, 1-2. This year with 83 Ks. Although she has pitched a bit differently. Last year, pitched 8 complete games, led the Vikings in complete outings, but this year has only gone the distance 3 times. As a foul ball creeps Daviduk alive in a 1-2 count. Missed part of the 2023 season. Baker had an injury that brought her back into the Vikings lineup midway through. Finished that season with a 5-5 record, as this is on a line foul from Daviduk. Hard hit foul ball, stays 1-2. Baker, though, got back to her ways, picked up a 12-6 record during 2024 and part of the magical Viking season that saw them go to a GNAC tournament here at home where they won, a West Regional where they won at home, won the Super West Regional as well, as Daviduk flies this into left field. She's all over her, but just early that ball was smoked foul, and it's a deep strike 2 still. First time the Vikings had ever played a GNAC tournament at home was last year. It's also the first time they had ever hosted the West and Super West Regionals, and they won all of those. 1-2. Swing and a miss. Baker, strikeout 301 for her in her career, and strikeout number 2 in this start. She starts the second inning for the first out. That'll bring up Janie Balkan, starting as the DP after getting the start at second base for both games yesterday. Balkan batting 5th in the Simon Fraser order. Strike 1 goes to her. Balkan trying to salvage the end of this season where she has had her lowest batting average of her career as Baker misses in the dirt 2-0. It's hard to say that Balkan has struggled this year, but when she's hit above 300 for the first 3 seasons as a Red Leaf, you'd expect nothing less, and she had a good performance yesterday that's inching her closer to that 300 mark, just sitting at 299 now. She takes a strike, 2-1. Balkan went hitless in Game 2, but during Game 1 had a 3-for-3 performance, finishing overall on the day 3 of 5. Here's a 2-1 pitch from Baker. Hit out into left field. Barkham charging in, and she'll make the catch for the second out. Barkham's glove grabs out number 2. It'll bring up Ella Booth, starting at second base as Balkan shifted to DP today. Booth just her 9th start of her freshman season. 212 at the plate so far, and a righty on righty. She steps in with 2 outs against the starter, Joey Baker, missing high. Booth swings and fouls it away for the first strike. Booth has 7 hits on the year. They have resulted in 6 runs and 7 RBI. He's only struck out 5 times, but in 33 at-bats. Baker's already got 2 Ks today. She's faced the minimum so far. That pitch misses away for the second ball. Jammed her up. Rath sprinting out into left field is called off by Lexi Barcombe, who makes the grab. Back-to-back outs secured in left field, and it's 6 up, 6 down so far through 2 for Baker. We go to the bottom of the second. Vikings bats coming up next. Bottom of the second here at Viking Field. Western Washington had a walk and a hit to start the first inning, but still brought no runners in after Jordan Ruppel, the starter, and Simon Fraser's defense kept the Vikings scoreless in the first inning. Now it's Olivia Matlock back up here in this series. Matlock was able to find a groove towards the end of game 2 after coming out swinging like she does there for strike 1. Matlock picked up 2 base hits in the shortened game 2 after the 8-run rule victory. The Vikings only played 5 innings. If you missed that game, it was a very fun one. Malia Andrews hit a 2-run homer. Was the first of 2 that would be hit in the game as Matlock sends this a mile high into center field, but Aaron Murphy has the play out there for the first out in the second.
Next to the back of the Vikings is number 99,
Ferris Delamagore starting at the catcher spot with Joey Baker in the circle as the battery works together. Usually see Allie Kimball get a game 1 start, but with senior day being today, Gilmore goes with Baker, and as a result, we say Delamagore at the catching spot. She takes the first strike, 0-1. Jordan Ruppel so far has forced 3 straight flyouts to center field, funny enough. One of those was a flyout from Haley Rath that ended up in a double play as Aaron Murphy gunned down the tagging up runner Malia Andrews, who was trying to advance to third base back in the first inning. Delamagore in her sophomore season batting .280, gets her 23rd start of the year. Has been a part-time player as an option to catch to give Andrew Jeske Ramirez's knees a break. Takes the pitch outside. Foul ball from Delamagore. 3rd overall year with the Vikings, has a redshirt season in 2023. Plays in just 4 games last season because Emily Paulson was that backup catcher ahead of her in the depth chart. But now Delamagore, after Paulson graduated last year, has taken over as that backup catcher. And she rolls this one past the diving glove of Affelt, and it trips out into left field. That'll be a base hit for Delamagore, the second hit of the game for Western Washington.
Next up for the Vikings is number 16, Layla Carpenter.
Layla Carpenter comes to the plate after hitting her first ever collegiate home run yesterday. It was a walk-off style home run in a sense because it was a 3-run shot that made it 8-0 Western Washington in the 5th, which qualifies as the NCAA run rule. Has never been a power hitter through her career, but the Vikings were able to find distance. That ball just carried back in that 5th. Wind may have helped her out a little bit. Either way, got over the fence and made the Vikings win that game 8-0. She's ahead of the count, 2-0. Her role with the Vikings through her short career so far has been hit for average, steal some bases, play good defense in center. They'll take home runs when they come. She hit her first career one yesterday in a fun moment. She's ahead as well, 3-0. Just a sophomore is Carpenter. Ruppel delivers a 3-0 pitch. Bottom of the strike zone, 3-1. Ruppel came into this game with only 18 walks all season. She walked 1 in the first. Behind in the count, 3-1 to Carpenter. Big swing and a miss for strike 2, and it's a full count. Carpenter has taken over in center field and has been very, very effective for Western Washington. .345 hitter, batting 7th in the order. Payoff pitch from Ruppel, misses low and away, and she works the walk. Carpenter gets on base with her 12th walk of the year. First and second again for Western Washington in an inning via a hit and a walk.
Next up
this time with 1 out, as the senior McKenna Crum comes to the plate. Crum is also a Vikings outfielder that has showed some pop this season, had 2 home runs a couple weeks ago. Lefty looks to get it done here with just maybe a base hit. Rappel delivers the first strike with 1 out. Vikings bottom of the order trying to do it. You call back to that 17-game winning streak from the 2024 season. One of the biggest factors during that run was those 7, 8, 9 hitters doing such a great job getting on and getting in scoring position ahead of the top of the order hitters, which can do damage driving in runs. Saw Crum having an RBI base hit yesterday. Flies this ball into left field. McGlynn on the run catches it near the foul line for the 2nd out.
Coming in for the Vikings, number 2, Lexi Barcom is up next.
The only senior that we haven't seen so far in this game on as far as batting at the plate. She's made some catches out there and left, but Lexi Barcombe comes to the dish for the first time against Rappel here in our first game. 2 on with 2 outs. Misses up for ball 1. Barcombe takes a strike, 1-1. Barcombe is batting .303 this season. 41st start of the year, 45th overall appearance. This Vikings lineup has kind of been set as it's going to look for seemingly the rest of the season as Barcombe swings and misses, strike 2. Vikings trying to make a deep postseason run. They're hoping this is the lineup to do it. It's a lineup that features 4 seniors. So kind of a go-for-it year for Western Washington. Barcombe fouls it off. Malia Andrews, top of the order hitter, waiting on deck if Barcombe can keep the order moving here with 2 down in the bottom of the 2nd. 1-2 pitch. Swings and misses. The strikeout finishes the inning, and it's 2 left on base again for Western Washington as they go scoreless through 2. We'll come back. Red Leafs coming up in the top of the 3rd. Top of the 3rd inning, we've gone scoreless through 2. It's the bottom of the order hitters coming up for Simon Fraser. 3rd baseman Cassidy Affelt will lead it off. Affelt slides down to batting 7th after going 1 of 2 in Game 2 yesterday, but also went 0 for 3 in the first game of our doubleheader yesterday. Vikings won both games yesterday as part of clinching the GNAC regular season title. Took 2 victories against the Red Leafs. Vikings have now gone 4-1 against Simon Fraser during this 2025 season. First pitch from Baker in the 3rd, misses for a ball. These two teams played some non-conference games earlier in the season. The only loss came in the home opener for Western Washington, where the Red Leafs had a narrow win upset, as there's a big swing and a miss. Baker just fans Affelt for the first strike. Nasty pitch from Baker from the circle. Low and away after the nice strike, 2-1. Overall, on the season through these two teams' matchups, Vikings have outscored the Red Leafs 23-2. It's been lopsided. This is on the line to right field. Crum has to wait back on it, and it'll drop in for a base hit. First hit of the game given up by Baker. Comes here in the top of the third. And the first base runner overall for Simon Fraser. Baker had sat him down in order. But now the bottom of the order reaches with the 7th-spot hitter Affelt on first. Look to hide now to the plate. She takes the first pitch for a strike. Look to hide, just a freshman with the Red Leafs and having a good freshman campaign. So far in the series against Western Washington is 1 of 5. But still batting .367. Check swing, she went around, throw back to first. Diving back safely is Affelt. Baker already with 2 Ks through her start. Check swing, foul ball to the left side. Another 0-2 pitch from Baker, misses, runner going. Delamagori with a late throw. And it'll be a stolen base for Cassidy Affelt as part of a Simon Fraser team that loves to run. Affelt is now 5 of 5 on the year, and she's in scoring position with no outs. They lead the conference in stolen bases. They've been running wild through these first 3 games now. And in a 1-2 count, Affelt now threatening. Another check swing foul ball from Luktahide. Just barely putting bat to ball. Trying to get back into her groove. Had a great start to the season, but has gone a little bit cold. Had a 3-hit game on the getaway game. Simon Fraser played against St. Martin's, but was 2 of 23 before that 3-hit game during her last 8. 1 of 2 pitch. Foul ball again. It'll remain 1-2 as Luktahide battles here with Joey Baker. Luktahide, a very talented freshman, played on the U18 Team Canada team during the 2024 World Baseball Softball Confederation Americas. With that squad, played in the Pan America Championships. And a 2-2 count. Red Leafs looking for their first run in this series against Western Washington. Check swing, went around. Oh my goodness, no, she didn't, okay. That was close. Tom Heaton says that she pulled it back in time. And it'll be a full count. Wow, I really thought she went around. Payoff pitch from Baker, misses low, and it turns into a walk. Now first and second. So 2 have reached to start the third for the bottom of the order hitter in Taylor Henley, who's getting her first start of the season today and just her 8th overall appearance. On the year, she just has 1 hit in her only at-bat, so a perfect batting average entering today's game. But the sophomore has not seen a whole lot of action after last season having just 18 at-bats as a true freshman. Did make 6 starts. Will try and be the batter that comes through in this series for the Red Leafs, who have not tagged Vikings pitching for a run. Baker's pitch with 2 on. Bunt is laid down by her. Baker will field it and throw to first for the out. So it's a sacrifice from the 9-hitter. Executes her role perfectly there to put 2 in scoring position for the top of the order.
For the Red Leafs, number 9, Aaron Murphy.
So Aaron Murphy, who has 12 RBI on the year but 44 hits, tries to get the swing that the Red Leafs want. They've been shut out through the first 2 games yesterday. 1 out here in the 3rd. Murphy takes strike 1. She grounded out her first trip to the plate on a 6-3 to Haley Rath. Behind 0-1 early in the count. Here's Baker's pitch with 1 out. Strike called. Back pick to 3rd. Oh my goodness, that was close. But they say she was there safely. Andrews giving some smiles. Gilmore coming out of the dugout. Going to ask to see if the home plate umpire can overrule that. That was close there. Beautiful throw by Della Magori. Almost caught Affelt sleeping there off of her secondary lead from 3rd. Vikings had a check swing that didn't go their way that resulted in the walk to Lug to Hyde. Trying to grab an out here potentially, but don't usually see things like this overruled, and they will stay with the call on the field safe. It was a perfect throw by Della Magori and a great tag by Andrews at 3rd. But Aaron Murphy will step back into the box, down 0-2. Pitch was a strike against her. This would be a big time to get a strikeout. It's put in play. Foul, though, just before Andrews fielded it. And probably for the best, as the speedy Murphy was nearly at first base by the time that Andrews even got a glove on that. Oh, 0-2, the count still after the foul ball. Joey Baker has allowed a hit and a walk in the inning. Chopped foul again to the third base side. It stays 0-2. Only out in the inning is due to the sacrifice bunt from Taylor Henley, the catcher, to set up Aaron Murphy with 2 in scoring position, but she's down 0-2. Just trying to get bat to ball. She's done it to keep her alive. Looking for the hit. The 1-out pitch from Baker is hit up into the infield air. Haley Rath backs up to get it on the run, and there's now 2 outs. Big out there, grabbed by Rath at short. It was just a half swing from Murphy, as we've seen through her last 3 swings that were foul balls. This one finally put in play and easily grabbed for Rath backing up on it. 2 outs now for McMillan, who struck out looking in her last trip to the plate. The strikeout against McMillan was Joey Baker's 300th in her career. So far in the game, 2 Ks for her. The 1-0 pitch from Baker. McMillan, big swing and a miss for a strike. Only 9 RBI for McMillan, batting in the 2 spot for the Red Leafs. She's only hit 3 extra base hits so far in the season. Doesn't need one of those to potentially plate some runs. But she gets the strike called against her, 1-2. Red Leafs threatening here in the top of the 3rd against Baker. After Baker sat down the first 6 that she's faced, 2 have reached, but there's 2 outs for her to escape the 3rd, scoreless. Here's her pitch. Misses just a tiny bit on the low outside corner, and it's 2-2. Deuces wild on the pitch from Baker, fouled away, and it stays even. 2 balls, 2 strikes. We're through 2 scoreless here at Viking Field. Baker has gotten the last 2 outs on a sacrifice bunt and a pop-up into the infield. Affelt standing at third for the Red Leafs, just waiting to go 60 more feet home and give Simon Fraser their first run of this series. Lugtahide standing at second for Simon Fraser. Red Leafs batter is McMillan. The 2-2 from Baker. Check swing, and home plate umpire says she went around for strike 3, and that's how the third will finish. Bottom of 3 we go, still scoreless here in Bellingham. Bottom of the third inning here at Viking Field. Still scoreless between the Red Leafs and the Vikings in this GNAC matchup. Last regular season games for each of these schools as both are headed to the GNAC tournament. Vikings trying to go back-to-back after getting the tournament win last year that was hosted here in Bellingham, Washington. Malia Andrews leads off the bottom of the third. Jordan Ruppel still in the circle for the Red Leafs. Andrews worked a walk in the first inning. Takes the first pitch to the third for a ball. It's now 33 walks on the season for Malia Andrews. Not only is batting .500, but also getting on base at a remarkable clip. Pitch to her from Ruppel. Low strike 1 given to the starting pitcher, who so far has allowed 2 walks and 2 hits. None have come across, though, for Western Washington. 3 runners left on base in total for the Vikings. Western Washington has scored 13 runs during this series. Andrews takes the pitch for 2-1 after laying off of it. Andrews, the GNAC leader in average and on-base percentage. Has shown why with the discipline so far in this game. 3-1 count again to her. Back-to-back times to the plate where she's done that. Surprisingly enough, Andrews doesn't lead the conference in walks. She's actually second entering this weekend series. But that could change after she takes strike 2. Full count to start the bottom of the third. And it will be a second walk for Andrews, who now is 33 on the season. She's reached successfully both times. Last time in the first when Andrews was on, she ended up being moved over to second via the base hit from Connie Batoy. Andrews, though, was thrown out advancing to third on a tag-up attempt. Vikings look to facilitate a run here in the third. Connie Batoy, who has been successful over the weekend, back up to the plate. She shows bunt, lays it down foul. Batoy this time showing swing, but takes it for ball 1. Batoy has raised her .360 batting average after picking up the hit today. Third on the team with 51 total base hits behind Andrews and Rath. Hits this one into right center field. Another base hit for Batoy that'll get up against the wall. With Andrews' speed, she's going to score as Batoy's going to head to third. Here comes the relay to third base, and she's got an RBI triple. Batoy hustles it out and puts the Vikes on the board 1-0. Andrews touches home, something she's done a whole lot this season. 52nd run scored for Andrews, and for Batoy, it's her 25th RBI. Third triple of the year for Batoy. She's 2 of 2 now here on Senior Day, as Haley Rath a chance to double the lead with no outs and a runner on third. Big swing into left field by Rath, but foul. Strike one. Andrews goes from first to home after that opposite way triple from Batoy. Just shows the speed right there by both those athletes. A 1 pitch to Rath. Lays off of strike 2. Didn't agree with it, but will be down 0-2 in the count. She's gotten behind both times. Flew out to shallow center field her last time up. Here in the third. Deeper of a flyout could give the Vikings their second run. Rath will look at that one that missed way wild, up and away for the first ball to the shortstop. The reigning GNAC Player of the Year in Haley Rath. Vikings very well could be on their way to having back-to-back Player of the Years, as this one goes in the dirt for ball 2. Likely won't be Rath this time. When you have a batter hitting 500, I think they're going to get the nod over someone that is having a great season in Rath. 357, producing 34 RBI. In a 2-2, she swings, hits it on the ground, first base. This is going to bring a run home, so on the ground out, Rath will pick up an RBI. 1 down, but 2 have scored for the Vikings in the third. So Emma Andrzejewski Ramirez now to the plate after flying out to center field. She got jammed up. And with 1 out, looks to add to the Vikings' first run-scoring inning of the game. 2-0 lead for Western against Rupel. First pitch missing for ball 1 from the righty. Andrzejewski Ramirez is the reigning GNAC Player of the Week after a very good trip out to Central Washington. Picked up a 5 RBI game against the Wildcats. Tied her career high for a single game performance. Was part of a 15-2 victory for Western Washington over Central. Wildcats are the bottom place team in the conference. Vikings took care of business last time out against them over the previous weekend. Andrzejewski Ramirez after the foul ball, 1-2. Goes and gets it, but got jammed up into the inside, and easy pop up to the shortstop for out number 2. So Rath and Andrzejewski Ramirez go down for 2 outs now in the third. Matlock follows her. After the first 2 batters were successful, Andrews drew a walk. Connie Batoy had the RBI triple. Vikings up 2-0 as Matlock was out in front of that pitch. Simon Fraser has attacked Matlock so far in this series with the off-speed stuff. Matlock has been way ahead of some swings. Once again misses early, 0-2. Matlock batting .317 for Western Washington. 0-2 pitch to her. Early swing for a deep foul ball strike. Still 0-2. Three hits now in the game for Western Washington, 3 walks. They've had a hit and a walk in every inning through 3. Finally have brought home some runs, though, here in the 3rd. Matlock trying to keep the inning going. Down in an 0-2 hole, takes a ball high, and it's 1-2. Rappel has now allowed 46 earned runs on the season. Entered this game as second best ERA pitcher on Simon Fraser's staff. Matlock swings and misses, goes down via the strikeout. The second K for Rappel in the start, but not after the Vikings get 2 runs in the 3rd, and it's a 2-0 lead. Heading into the 4 here at Viking Field. Top of the 4th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. It's a 2-0 lead for the host Western Washington Vikings over the visiting Simon Fraser Red Leafs. Game 3 of 4 during this weekend series. 2 doubleheaders being played between these GNAC schools. Vikings went 2-0 yesterday against Simon Fraser on a 5-0 and 8-0 win. It's now 2-0 entering the 4th. Joy Baker, the starter, has been given a lead after in that 3rd inning, an RBI triple from Connie Patoy brought in the first run of the game. Patoy was sent home herself as well after a ground out from Haley Rath, and it's 2-0 Vikings. Addie McGlynn leads it off for the Red Leafs against the righty Baker. Hits this into the air, deep center field. Carpenter back to the wall. She makes the catch on the warning track as McGlynn just missed it. McGlynn almost got home run number 10 for her on the season, but instead just a deep fly ball to center field for the first out in the 4th. And the power continues through the order here with Simon Fraser as the 12 home run hitter, Kristen Daviduk, is at the plate. She struck out swinging to start the 2nd inning and is 0 for 1 on the day against Baker. This one rolled over, third base Andrews. She scoops and throws to first for the 2nd out. 2 quick outs gained by Baker here, looking for a shutdown frame after the offense started to roll in the 3rd inning. Jenny Balkan looks to switch that up. The DP flew out to left in her last at-bat. The lefty comes back to the plate. See Baker for a 2nd time here in our 1st game. Breaking ball drops in the strike zone. 0-1 to start the at-bat against Balkan. Waits on it and sends it to Connie Patoy, who scoops it at 2nd. Had to back up for it, but still made the play. An easy 3 up, 3 down quick inning for Joey Baker, and the Vikings are coming up quickly in the bottom of the 4th. So after the Vikings put up 2 runs in the bottom of the third, a quick shutdown inning for Joey Baker in the top of the fourth brings the bats quickly back up. Vikings leading 2-0 over Simon Fraser here in the first game of our doubleheader on this Saturday afternoon. Paristella Megore leads off Western Washington. She had a base hit in the second. It'll be her, Carpenter, and Crum due up in the fourth. Big swing and a fly ball into left field. Back to the warning track goes McGlynn. She makes the catch as she runs up to the wall. And that's a deep out one. Layla Carpenter walked in the second. Hit a walk-off home run yesterday in a way. 3-run homer ended the game 8-0 in a Vikings victory. 8-run rule shortened that 5-inning game yesterday. Came off the swing of Carpenter's lefty bat. First ever collegiate home run for her. Swings and pops this one up left side towards the Vikings bullpen, just out of play and out of reach of the left fielder McGlynn. So a 1-1 start to the at-bat for Carpenter. Carpenter was a starter last season to start off the year. She started the first 14 of 16 games, then became a bench option as kind of a pinch hitter and defensive substitution. Did record a .250 batting average. Now has become the full-time center fielder after the graduation of Taylor Karami. Strike 2 called. Carpenter has filled center field nicely, has even taken the former number of Carpenter. I believe she wore 20 last season. Now switches to 16 this year. You wonder if it's an ode to Karami or if Carpenter just likes number 16. Either way, it's fun to see. 2-2 count for Carpenter. 1 down in the bottom of the fourth. The sophomore against the freshman pitcher Ruppel, who's seen 2 come across against her. And a big swing from Carpenter. This one is going to stay in the yard as it goes into the glove of the center fielder, Aaron Murphy. McKenna Crum looks to keep the fourth moving after 2 have gone up and 2 have gone down against Jordan Ruppel. Ruppel has given up a hit and a walk in all 3 innings so far. First clean one with 2 outs. Trying to keep it that way here against Crum. Crum flash bunt, pulled it back, and takes a strike. McKenna Crum transferred to Western Washington after starting her career in 2023 with Seattle U. Crum takes strike 2, 0-2. Gets to enjoy senior day with one of her best friends, Emma Andrew Jeski Ramirez. 2 grew up playing on the USA Explosion Club team together. Crum hits it foul to stay alive, 0-2 still. Went different ways when it came to college. Andrew Jeski Ramirez to BYU, McKenna Crum to Seattle U. Both started their careers in D1, but have now found a home in the Division II Western Washington Vikings squad. Ruppel trying to go 3 up, 3 down. Crum sees it high, 1-2. Crum played only 7 games for Seattle U before transferring to Western Washington. Grew up in Kennewick. 1-2 pitch comes home from Ruppel. Up the middle off of Ruppel. And Crum is going to still be thrown out on the run to first base. Bang, bang there. But a nice play by Ella Booth to recover after it bounced off the starting pitcher Ruppel. And it's a 3 up, 3 down inning in the fourth. Still 2-0 when we return in the fifth.
For the Red Leafs is number 15, Ella Booth.
Top of the 5th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. A beautiful sunny day. It's been a great weekend here for some collegiate softball. And it's 2-0 Western Washington, the host team, in a border battle between the Simon Fraser Red Leafs. Vikings won the first 2 games yesterday via generous scores, 5-0 and 8-0, winning Game 2 in only 5 innings with an 8-run rule. First pitch was a fouled-off strike from Simon Fraser's Ella Booth, who made a nice play to finish the bottom of the 4th. Getting the start at second base with Balkan moving to the DP spot. Booth in the game 0 for 1, flew out to left on a shallow hit, her last time up. 0-1 the count to start the 5th. Here's Joey Baker. Pitch going high for ball 1. Baker, the senior so far, 4 scoreless innings for her. Only trouble came in the 3rd after she allowed a base hit and a walk to start the inning. After a sacrifice bunt put 2 in scoring position, she retired the next 2 batters and got out of the inning clean. Booth did a nice job waiting on it, but was still late on the breaking pitch. Just a bit too much weighted back by Booth, and it's 1-2. 3rd inning have been the only times where Simon Fraser has reached against Joey Baker. Just the 1 hit and walk allowed in the start. Baker with 3 strikeouts as well through 4 innings. Booth swings, got jammed a little bit, and it just hits foul. That was right on the line. But a foul ball will trot Booth back to the batter's box. So Booth steps back into the righty batter's box, nestles in behind the plate, and a 1-2 count. Here's Baker from the rubber. Off-speed pitch flown into right field. Crum is there, trotting in for the first out. And Cassidy Affelt will come up. Affelt in the 3rd inning led off with the lone single against Baker so far in the start. Joey Baker has been on. Seeing flashes back to earlier in the season where Baker threw a 1-hitter. That's rolled over foul. During the game where Baker threw that 1-hitter, it was a base hit that came in the final inning. She was so close to having a no-hitter, but just missed it by 1 swing, and today has looked all but similar. So that's a foul tip on a breaking pitch. 0-2 to start the at-bat against Affelt. Feeling all of the emotions on senior day, potentially your final start on the field you've called home for your whole career. Baker, 0-2 pitch, breaks in the bottom of the strike zone, and she gets rang up for strike 3. Baker, her 4th K, and that breaking ball has looked nasty so far. 2 up, 2 down in the 5th so far. Baker has retired 7 in a row. And with 2 outs, sees Luchtahide, who worked her for a walk, her last at-bat. Baker missing on the first pitch, 1-0. This time, the breaking pitch misses high. 2-0 to start the at-bat against the right fielder, Luchtahide. The freshman grew up playing for the Fraser Valley Fusion Club team. So he takes a strike 1. Teamed with a couple of other Red Leafs there. Twice won a national championship on that club team as well. Luchtahide at the plate. And her first collegiate season with the Red Leafs has swung the bat well and finds herself ahead 3-1. She's already walked once against Baker. Baker has allowed 48 walks this year through 99 innings. Pitching right now in her 100th inning of the season. She can get through it. That goes low, and it's ball 4. The 5th continues for Simon Fraser on the second walk of the game, drawn by Lugtahide, and it's just the third base runner that Baker has allowed through 5 2/3. Taylor Henley, who had the sacrifice bunt, is going to have to actually swing things here. Had 3 hits last season in 18 at-bats. Has 1 hit this year in 1 at-bat, and that has stayed the same after the sacrifice bunt. Swing and a miss was late for strike 1. Henley, just a sophomore, making her first start of this year, 7th start in her career. It's the first time this season that she's actually caught. She flies this to left. Barkham trotting to her right, makes the catch on the run. And despite the walk, gets another scoreless inning pitched by Joey Baker through 5. Vikings lead it 2-0 heading to the bottom of the 5th. Bottom of 5 here at Western Washington University. And it's the bottom of the order coming up for Western Washington. The 9-spot hitter, Lexi Barkham, grabbed the final out in the top half of the inning. And now will come to the plate after striking out in her first appearance. Barkham here looking to get it done on senior day, potentially her final time at Viking Field. 167 games played for Lexi Barkham in her career. Spent every single one of them here in Bellingham. Ball 1 misses low. Jordan Ruppel back into the circle in the 5th after having a clean 4th inning. It's the first time she didn't allow a base runner. First time she's gone 3 up, 3 down against Western Washington. Barkham fouls this one off for the first strike. Vikings overall have tagged Ruppel for 3 hits and 3 walks. One of them an extra base hit on the triple from Connie Batoy that scored the first run of the game. Batoy's triple back in the 3rd plated Malia Andrews, who had led off the inning with a walk. Batoy came in to score on an RBI ground out from Haley Rath. Lexi Barkham behind 1-2 against the righty Ruppel. We'll likely see Monica Bork later today for Simon Fraser in the circle. And on the other side of things for Western Washington, Allie Kimball, the likely starter. This is chopped over the shortstop. Going to be a tough play off the back foot, and the speed of Barkham beats it out on an infield single. McMillan could not get the throw in time, and Barkham leads off the inning with a hit.
Next up to that, 3rd baseman, number 8, Malia Andrews.
Malia Andrews is yet to have a statistical at-bat, although she's had 2 plate appearances. She's drawn 2 walks so far today. Scored a run in the 3rd, as we mentioned. Takes strike 1 on the outside. That one way in the dirt. That was about 10 feet in the dirt before it even got to the plate. And Ruppel takes the reset after ball 1. So Andrews entered this game with 32 walks. She's drawn 2, puts her at 34. Entering the weekend series, Ava Clark of Northwest Nazarene had 32 on the year. Andrews has likely taken that conference lead today. And after the foul ball, 1-2 the count at the plate. Here's the 1-2 pitch to Andrews. Takes it high, even count. Top three hitters for the Vikings have done the damage so far in this game one of our doubleheader on this Saturday afternoon. Patoy on deck. She's 2 for 2. Had the triple. Andrews lays off of ball 3. The payoff pitch from Ruppel. Check swing, and that's in play. Charging Affelt, throw to first in time. But it moves the runner over. An effective out for Malia Andrews on the 5-3 ground out. And Connie Patoy, who is 2 for 2, as we mentioned, comes up. Spent her whole career with Western Washington out of Roosevelt High School. This is game number 205 Patoy has played in a Vikings uniform. Been a full-time starter ever since she came in as a freshman. Last season was a 276 batter. This year up to 360, and it's kind of what we saw happen towards the postseason where Patoy really picked it up. She was batting 333 through the Vikings tournament's run. Takes a strike, 1-1. She's found the rhythm in the senior season. Best career year by far for her. Did have a second-team All-GNAC selection in 2023 after she batted .311. Likely well on her way to another selection this season. Fouls it after she chased it low on an early swing. Barcombe led off the inning with an infield hit. She stands at second with 1 out. Vikings lead 2-0. Jordan Ruppel throws from the circle in a 1-2. Patoy skies it in the air, right field. Lutgeheide grabs it and will make the catch for the second out. Barcombe staying at second. Haley Rath 0 for 2 today, but a productive out back in the third that scored a run. Hit a ground out that brought Patoy home from third after she tripled. Now another runner in scoring position for the shortstop, Rath. Big swing up in the air. Center field for Murphy. She's got it for the third out, so despite the leadoff hit, a scoreless inning pitched by the Red Leafs Ruppel, and it's 2-0 heading into the 6th here at Viking Field. Top of the 6th here in Bellingham, Washington. Vikings have made a defensive substitution out in left field. Rachel Traxler now takes over in left field. Lexi Barcombe goes to the bench. And we're in the top of the 6th, 2-0 the lead for Western Washington. Joey Baker still in the circle here. She's gone 5 innings of just 1 hit ball. 2 walks and 4 strikeouts for the righty here on senior day in her final home game in a Western Washington uniform, regular season-wise at least. First pitch missing from Baker. Murphy leading off the frame for the Red Leafs. Cal State San Marcos, Cal State East Bay, and San Francisco State are the 3 teams ranked above Western Washington in the most recent West Region rankings. Despite Western being the top team in the NFCA coaches poll, ranked 10th overall in the nation. Shows you the difference in how people perceive the Vikings compared to how their schedule has actually shaped them out to be. Could definitely make noise when it comes to the postseason. Got to get through the conference tournament. That is just chopped by Murphy, and no chance to throw out that type of runner. Murphy is on with a chance now to tie Simon Fraser's all-time steals record. Excuse me, in a season, that is. So the infield single puts her on first. 43 stolen bases by Megan Duclos is the current record for a single season in Simon Fraser history, as Joey Baker is going to exit the start. Kiana Kong is going to be called upon with the tying run coming to the plate. Baker exits after being unable to grab an out in the 6th, just her 2nd hit allowed. And they'll bring in the closer Kong. Kiana Kong picked up a save yesterday. Was her 6th of the season, and she enters in a save situation here. Kong pitched a 3-inning save. This one will have to be at least 2. Simon Fraser still yet to score a run in this matchup. And back to the thought on Aaron Murphy, who stands at first ready to run. 42 steals for her. Megan Duclos for Simon Fraser in 2023 set the Simon Fraser record, and it's also the GNAC record for steals in a season. So Murphy could tie that, taking 2nd. And Simon Fraser just trying to plate their first run. Wouldn't be surprised with no outs if they do send Murphy. Of course, coaches know in the back of their heads what's going on record-wise. The player knows. Nonetheless, still tying run coming up for Grace McMillan, who looks to put on a big swing after going 0 for so far today with 2 strikeouts. She'll have to face off against Kiana Kong, who has been the best pitcher so far for Western Washington. Bunt being shown, but then pulled back. Kong a 1.49 ERA. 6 saves on the year. Enters in a situation here in the 6th with the runner on first. Bunt laid down but foul. Thirty-fifth appearance of the season for Kong. Kong checks her signal and an 0-2. Runner going. For the record, the throw down is not in time, and she has tied it. Simon Fraser and Megan Duclos now have company. 43 steals in a season for each of these Red Leafs, tied now for a GNAC record. Murphy, 43 of 50 on the season. Now in scoring position, 1-2 count for McMillan. She's gone down via the strikeout twice already. The 1-2, hit up into the air, shallow towards second base. Batoy has it on the run for the first out here in the 6th. Brings up Abby McGlynn, put a nice swing back in the 4th that was just shy of leaving the ballpark. Layla Carpenter in center field caught it up against the warning track, and with 1 out, McGlynn looks to put a run home for the first time in this series. Murphy in scoring position can fly. We've seen it already, stealing that base and now standing 120 feet away from the first run of this series for Simon Fraser. A 1 pitch from Kong from the circle. This rolled over back to her, bobbles it out of her glove. Throw to first is not in time, as it'll be runners on the corners. Just missed the play, and Western Washington will call time. See what the official ruling is there, as McGlynn will be at first. It moved Murphy to third. Tying run at first, and the go-ahead run coming to the plate in Christian Daviduk. This is Kong's first inning of work. Took over after the leadoff single from Murphy. Got her first out against McMillan. Daviduk with a chance to turn this game to Simon Fraser's favor. 12 bombs on the year for her, 41 RBI. 2 on for Simon Fraser. Runner going on the first pitch. Pump fake throw from Della Magore. And a free stolen bag for Abby McGlynn, her 8th of the year. Official ruling is a fielding error on Kiana Kong, resulting in McGlynn now at second base after stealing the bag. A 1 pitch from Kong. Swing and a miss, and an 0-2 start to the at-bat. SFU was shut out in both games yesterday, 5-0, 8-0. Great chance here to plate their first run of the weekend series. Kong trying to avoid that, and an 0-2 pitches. This is on the ground in play to Rath. It'll score a run as Rath makes the play from 6-3. Simon Fraser now just 1 run away from tying the game. Murphy scores after leading off with a single, stealing her 43rd bag of the year, tying a Simon Fraser record and GNAC single-season record. Daviduk gets the RBI on the 6-3 groundout. And now it's Balkan. She's the go-ahead run. Tying run at second in McGlynn, who reached on the fielding error by Kiana Kong. Just a 1-run game here as it's turned tight. Joey Baker entered the 6th looking to go through it after the first batter reached on an infield single. Kong has now seen that run come across. Strike pounded in from Kong, 1-1. The run does score against Baker, but it goes as an unearned run due to the error on Kong that has extended this inning. If she doesn't commit that fielding error, that 6-3 groundout that just happened doesn't score for Simon Fraser, and it'd still be 2-0. Throw down to second after the pitch to keep McGlynn honest. Pitch did miss, so 2-1. Balkan has been unsuccessful today, 0 of 2 here in our first game. Outside, and it's 3-1. Booth is on deck. First base is open. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Simon Fraser has already scored 1. Don't forget, we have a second game today, 30 minutes after this one finishes. 6th inning with 2 outs. Kiana Kong working in the circle. Here comes a pitch from the sophomore. Strike called, full count. A result set to come here. Payoff pitch from Kong with 2 down. Swung on and hit in play, left field. That'll drop in for a base hit. Here comes McGlynn. She's the tying run. Big throw from Traxler is offline, and it's all evened up, 2 apiece. After Balkan picks up the RBI. And now Simon Fraser, after not scoring a run through the first 2 games yesterday and the first 5 innings today, have evened it here in the 6th. Traxler had a great throw, but it just wasn't on line. And now the runner that reached on the error in McGlynn has touched home. Second hit in the inning First well-struck ball by Simon Fraser resulting in a hit. Booth is at the plate 0 for 2. 1-0 in her count, looking for the first hit in this first game on this Saturday. Go ahead run at first for the Red Leafs. Kong missing inside. Swung on a hit up the middle. Rath gloves it and touches second, throws to first. She didn't have to throw to first, but still made the play, and that's how the sixth will finish. 2-2 the score. Western Washington now looks to break the tie when we come back in the sixth. Bottom of 6, and we're now even 2 apiece after 2 runs by the Simon Fraser Red Leafs in the top of the 6th. Emma Andrew-Jeski Ramirez comes up as part of the middle order batting here for Western Washington to try and break this tie. Got a good chance to do it when you have the hitters of Andrew-Jeski Ramirez and Matlock due up first here against the starter Taylor Ruppel, who has been given a fresh ball game. The 6th inning started with an infield chopping hit by Murphy to lead it off. After giving up the hit, Joey Baker was taken out for Kiana Kong, who forced it out against McMillan. After getting the out against McMillan, McGlynn came to the plate, hit a ball back to the pitcher that Kong failed to field successfully and gave up an error that put runners on first and third. Daviduk then hit into a ground out, which scored a run. First run of the game for Simon Fraser. Andrew-Jeski Ramirez pops the ball up into the infield for the first out. After Daviduk plated the first run on her ground out RBI, an RBI single from Balkan into left field made it 2-2. Now the Vikings find themselves tied here against the Red Leafs. Olivia Matlock trying to break that. She is 0 for 2 with a strikeout and a flyout. Pitch goes low for the first ball. Simon Fraser had not scored in the first 17 innings of this series. Held scoreless all through Friday. Scoreless through the first 5, and then finally tag runs against Kiana Kong. All the runs score unearned after the error on the pitcher, which I've always thought is an interesting thing. If the pitcher commits the error, could it theoretically be counted as an earned run? 1-1 to Matlock. Foul ball for strike 2. Matlock has the power to change this game back into the Vikings' lead with 1 swing. 5 bombs, is tied for second on the team of Western Washington. In her first season wearing the blue, after being a St. Martin's Saint to start her career. Up north now here in Bellingham. She rolls this to Affeltz. Good glove at third, and a throw to first in time for the second out.
Coming up for the Vikings is number 99, Paris Delamagore.
Paris Delamagore had a big swing back in the 4th inning. Just missed a ball out to left field. And now the catcher steps back in for her third time today. 1 of 2 so far with a single coming back in the second. 2-out pitch from Rappel. First pitch swinging. On the ground to McMillan at short. Throw to first, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Simon Fraser, who have taken this game into a tie as we head to the 7th inning here at Viking Field. Top of the 7th here in Bellingham, and we have a game. 2-2 your score, Red Leafs and Vikings here in a GNAC doubleheader, game 1 of it. And the Red Leafs have tied things up. Top of the 6th, score 2 runs. Kana Kong comes out for the top of the 7th. Her first inning pitched as a clean one. Came in with a runner on first after she relieved Joey Baker in the 6th. Now faces the bottom of the order hitters. Affelt first up for the Red Leafs. Big swing and a foul ball to the left side. Strike 1 for the third baseman. Affelt is 1 of 2 today with a single and a stolen base. She struck out looking in her most recent appearance. As the Red Leafs look to break this tie. Scored 2 runs in the 6th via the help of an error. An RBI hit from Balkan is also joined by an RBI ground out from Daviduk. Make us even 2-2. Vikings scored 2 in the bottom of the 3rd to start this game as it's rolled over by Affelt. Patoy charging from second. Good glove and a glove toss as well to make the play for the first out in the 7th. Lauren Lugtide, the freshman, comes up after drawing 2 walks to start her day. Lugtide now 11 walks on the season. And the right fielder trying to reach again, but for the first time seeing Kong, at least in this day. Kong pitched in both games yesterday. Pitched a relief appearance after Allie Kimball's 4-inning start. Picked up the save in the 5-0 win because when she took over it was just a 1-0 game. Vikings offense scored 4 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning after Kong took over. Strike delivered in there from the righty, 1-1 to the lefty bat of Lugtide. Kong pitched the final 4 innings of the 2nd game. After Joey Baker in the start went just 3. Baker went 5, pitched into the 6th but was relieved. This is rolled over to Patoy again at second base. Another great glove and a play over to first. 2 back-to-back plays at second base for the senior Connie Patoy, and there's 2 down in the 7th. Pinch hitter coming in for the Red Leafs. Taylor Henley, who started this game as the catcher, will not finish it as Ray Bates is going to pinch hit. So she's the third baseman, so we'll likely see a defensive substitution at catcher for SFU in the bottom of this inning. But for now, Bates looks to give the Red Leafs a big swing here with 2 outs. That pitch taken for a strike. Bates off the bench, entered this series with a .325 batting average. She's one of those Fraser Valley Fusion teammates with Lauren Lugtide before coming to the Red Leafs. She swings and misses, down 0-2. Bates has 27 hits on the year for 16 RBI. She scored 7 runs. Has just 1 extra base hit, though. 0-2 in the dirt from Kong for ball 1. Kong trying to go 3 up, 3 down in the 7th. Leave it to the Vikings to try and walk it off. That smoked foul on the ground from Bates, so stay 1-2 with 2 outs. Offense has come in patches for each of these teams now through this series. The 2 runs by the Vikings in the 3rd. 2 runs by the Red Leafs in the 6th. Kong trying to avoid anything more. Trying to keep it tied here in the 7th. Strike 3 called by Kong. We're headed to the bottom of 7. 2-all Vikings trying to finish this thing off with a walk-off when we come back here at Viking Field. So in the bottom of the 7th, if the Vikings want to finish this game and walk it off, it's going to have to be the bottom of the order through this inning. Layla Carpenter, McKenna Crum, and Lexi Barkham, the 3 due up against the starter Jordan Ruppel, who has thrown 6 innings with just 2 runs allowed against Western Washington. Carpenter had the home run yesterday that finished off the doubleheader for the Vikings, leading to an 8-0 win. Her home run sent the game into its finish via the run rule. She could finish this game with a swing via a true walk-off. Yesterday was her first collegiate home run. Flash bunt, pulled it back. Ball was high. 2-0 start to Carpenter. You'd love for Carpenter to get on base to start this inning. 9 steals for her. Simon Fraser calls time. An appeal down to third base way late is obviously not called a strike, and it's still 2-0. No chance on the check swing that time. Taylor Henley has re-entered the game as the catcher for the Red Leafs after being pinch hit for. It was a 3 up, 3 down inning for Kong in the top half of the 7th. Now the Bats trying to do it on a foul ball from Carpenter. First strike to her. Overall entry in this game, Carpenter was .345 on the year. She's gone 0 of 1 so far with a walk and a flyout. 10 doubles, 2 triples, 1 home run for her. Foul ball from her, 2-2 now. Ruppel has given up 4 hits to the Vikings, 3 walks and 2 strikeouts, but has cleaned things up and really settled into her start over the last 3 innings. Just 1 base runner to Western Washington past the 3rd inning. Here's a 2-2 pitch. Misses, and it's a full count. Vikings had a single from Lexi Barkham in the 5th as the only base runner to reach in 4, 5, and 6. Carpenter seen Ruppel's arm for the 3rd time through the order. 7-spot hitter here in the 7th. A payoff pitch from Ruppel. Swung on right back into the glove, but dropped out by Ruppel. She tries to recover, but no chance on the throw. Carpenter takes some luck on a hard hit ball. It was almost a great play by the pitcher as it came back straight towards her. But it will be a leadoff base runner for Western Washington. And due to the speed that ball came off of the bat, it'll be ruled a single to Carpenter. So you now have the speed of Carpenter, 9 of 12 on stolen bases this year. We'll see if the Vikings want to be aggressive. McKenna Crum, she could lay down a bunt. She does. Third baseman Affelt charges. Throw to first, the sacrifice is good, and Carpenter has moved into scoring position as the go-ahead and winning run for Western Washington. And Carpenter on a little bit of a heads-up play, ends up taking third actually, as she just flashes a complete awareness of the game and pulls off a base-running magic trick, ends up at third. So with one out now, a sacrifice fly wins this game, and that is so huge from Carpenter. I was getting ready to just etch in the play on my scorebook, and I look up and she's standing on third. Carpenter kind of caught everyone lacking, especially the Red Leafs defense, and now just 60 feet away from winning this game. So instead of Rachel Traxler, who came in as a defensive substitution behind Barkham, instead of seeing Barkham return for an at-bat, we're seeing Nairi Johnson bat for the Vikings. And what a huge spot here for Johnson. Chance to walk things off. It might be senior day, but we have a freshman at the plate looking for a big at-bat. 2-2 tie game. Infield shifted in. Johnson takes the first pitch for a ball. Carpenter moved to second on the sacrifice bunt and then took third base as well after Simon Fraser's defense was lacking on the sacrifice bunt. 60 feet away. Johnson flashes bunt. Squeeze try is just fouled off. Gutsy call by Gilmore and the Vikings. Almost paid off. And with one strike, we'll see if Johnson looks to squeeze it. Daviduk at first, shifted well in, along with the other Red Leafs defenders. Carpenter can fly. She just needs 60 feet to go. Ruppel in a 2-2 game with Johnson at the plate. Takes strike two. Malia Andrews more than likely to have an at-bat with the game in her hands. She's waiting on deck. Johnson represents the bottom of the order. Just tips it foul and stays alive. Poked the bat out there and keeps her at bat open. Johnson 270 entering the weekend, 14 RBI on 17 hits. 1-2 her count. Here pinch hitting. Looking for the walk-off. Up the middle, and that'll do it. Western Washington wins it 3-2. Nairi Johnson, the freshman, comes off the bench and delivers the walk-off single. Western Washington, a 3-0 record now through 3 games against Simon Fraser. And despite the late rally by the Red Leafs, Vikings win it in the 7th. 30 minutes, and we've got Game 2 coming up next for you here at Viking Field. What a finish here for Nairi Johnson. Your winning pitcher, Kiana Kong for the Vikings. Losing pitcher, Jordan Ruppel, as Simon Fraser drops to an even 500, 22-22 overall, 13-10 against conference opponents. Vikings, that's their 20th conference win, just 3 losses to them, and a 36-10 overall record. Game 2 coming up next here to finish off the home schedule. Vikings walk it off 3-2 off Nairi Johnson. Thanks for joining us for Game 1. We'll be right back here on Vikings TV.
Hi, I'm Keena Greer-Bashir, and this is Peter Ahn. We are the owners of the Moliat Group.
As an alumni-owned agency, the Moliat Group and all of our agents care deeply about this community.
That's why we partnered with the Foundation for WWU and Alumni to create the Western Welcomes Home program.
Through this program, 25% of our agency compensation from qualifying home sales goes directly to support students at Western, helping fund scholarships and essential programs.
Programs like this provide crucial funding for student scholarships and resources. We are fortunate to have support from people like Keena, Peter, and their entire team.
Programs like Western Welcomes Home raise money for scholarships and programs that are crucial to the success of students just like me.
It's simple to get involved. Just visit molliargroup.com and we'll handle the rest.
When you work with us, you're not just buying a home, you're helping students thrive at Western.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Viking Field for Game 2 of our doubleheader here on this Saturday between Western Washington University and Simon Fraser University. Vikings and Red Leafs in Game 1 had a fun one. It was a 3-2 walk-off win for the home Western Washington Vikings, beating the Red Leafs. Nairee Johnson came in as a pinch hitter and delivered the walk-off single that scored Layla Carpenter. And the Vikings now have beaten Simon Fraser in 3 out of 4 so far. Final game of the regular season being played right here at Viking Field. Both of these teams headed to the postseason, which is turning into an interesting little race here. You have 3 teams that have already secured a spot in the GNAC tournament: Western Washington University, Simon Fraser, and St. Martin's. But right now, Northwest Nazarene and Montana State Billings are both playing each other, and they're the 2 teams trying to get the 4th seed, and it's a playoff right now. If Montana State Billings wins, they are in. If NNU wins, they are in. So that's a little fun thing happening out in Nampa, Idaho, the host of the GNAC tournament. And, of course, Northwest Nazarene hoping that they can be that 4th seed. And it's important because that's a team that Western Washington is going to face off against when it comes to playoff time. Something interesting about this Game 2 is that Kiana Kong is going to get the start. Allie Kimball is usually the opposite side starter in these double headers, but now Kong will make her 5th start of the season. And kind of on the other side of things, Simon Fraser opting to rest their best arm as Monica Bork will not pitch. It is Nevada Johnson who is going to get the start on the other circle for the Red Leafs. Lineup's looking relatively the same. Western Washington's only change is Nairee Johnson now as the designated player, with Andrew Jeski Ramirez catching for Kong. Only change for Simon Fraser sees McKenna Simmons enter the lineup, but Aaron Murphy leads it off here against Kong. First pitch from the righty. With the freshly painted lines, gets it through for strike 1. Kong pitched the final 2 innings of our first game. She allowed 1 hit and 1 run, which was an unearned run. She saw 2 runs go against her in the inning that she was pitching, one of them credited to Baker. Both of them unearned, though, as Simon Fraser put up their first runs of this series in our first game today. 0-2 to start it for Kong. We've seen her pitch 1 complete game. That was here during the home series against Montana State Billings, where she did that. Overall, the team leader in ERA, 137 now after that 2-inning appearance in Game 1. Delivers the 0-2 pitch to Murphy, who slaps it foul and stays alive. Kong got her 8th win out of the bullpen now, 8-0 on the season with 6 saves. Entered in a save situation. Vikings offense, after seeing things go tie, end up walking it off in the 7th to get Kong the win. She misses inside, first ball of the at-bat. Jordan Ruppel on the other side for Simon Fraser grabbed her 8th loss of the year, now 4-8. Murphy now tied for the single-season record for stolen bases in a year. That's the conference record and the program record for Simon Fraser, tied with the former Red Leaf Megan Duclos, who set that record in 2023. Erin Murphy, if she can reach, can steal her 44th bag in this game and break the record. Looking to get on against Kong. Overall in Game 1, Murphy went 1 of 3. Scored a run as well. The 1-2 pitch from Kong. Chop right back to Kiana Kong at the circle, and she'll make an easy play. Committed an error back in that first game during the inning where the Simon Fraser Red Leafs put up their runs. It was a play like that where Kong couldn't field it. She was credited with a fielding error, resulting in the unearned runs during that 6th inning. This time makes the play. Has the first out in the top half of the first inning. Grace McMillan starting at shortstop again with 1 out. Takes the first pitch for a ball. Home plate umpire for Game 2, Joel Capello. Tom Heaton moves to first base. Chad Smith now at third base on the 3-man umpiring crew for this GNAC game. One-0 pitch from Kong. Swing and a miss for a strike. Kong on the season, 76 strikeouts, is second on the team behind Joey Baker. 6 walks for Kong, a beautiful ratio so far from her strikeouts to walks all season. And along with that, 226 average against her. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Kong pitching in her 87th inning of the year, has mainly been out of the bullpen. 32 appearances out of the bullpen. This is her 5th start. And the sophomore head of another batter, 1-2, after forcing the ground out to start the game. Kong's pitch is tapped foul by McMillan in her own foot. She'll remain in the count. Vikings defense is as it usually is. Andrews at third, Rath at short, Patoy second, Matlock at first in the infield with Andrew Jeske Ramirez catching. Crum in right, Carpenter in center, Barkham in left. 1-2 pitch from Kong. Taken on the outside for ball 2. Borderline pitch. Draws it even with the sophomore McMillan. Average has dropped under 300 during this series, now batting .296. Went 0 of 3 earlier today. Lefty McMillan sees it drop below the zone, doesn't bite at it on the breaking pitch. 3-2, full count now for McMillan. Here's Kong's payoff pitch with 1 out. Hit in play. Patoy on the jump makes the catch. She's flashed the leather a whole lot through this series, and Patoy, another great play at second base.
That is number 20, Abby McGlynn.
Abby McGlynn comes to the plate with 2 up, 2 down in the first. McGlynn in the first game today, 0 for 3. Two outs, settles into the lefty batter's box against Kong. First pitch swinging out to left on a line. Lexi Barcombe backs up for it. 3 up, 3 down for Kiana Kong in the start. And the Vikings offense will be up for the first time in game 2 when we come back in the bottom of the first.
Third baseman, Malia Andrews.
Bottom of the first inning here in Bellingham, Washington. Second game of our doubleheader. 4th game overall in this 4-game series being played this weekend here at Western Washington University. So far, Vikings have won all 3 games. 5-0, 8-0 on Friday. 3-2 walk-off win in game 1. Nevada Johnson, the freshman, delivered the hit. We'll see her later through the lineup here for the Vikings. But first, Malia Andrews, top batter in the GNAC, leads things off against Nevada Johnson. Johnson getting the start for Simon Fraser, misses low in her first pitch. This is her 10th start of the season, 19th appearance. She's thrown 50 innings so far. Batters have really hit her well. 351 average against, and she has an 8.12 ERA. Tries to find something here against Western Washington, as the Red Leafs have opted to go with Johnson instead of the probable starter in Monica Bork. On the same side, Vikings have gone with Kiana Kong instead of Allie Kimball. So interesting decisions in the circle for Game 4 of this series. Pitcher's getting some rest before the conference tournament next week. Andrews hits a chopper to second and beats out the throw. It'll be an infield single. And after going hitless in our first game, Andrews has a single. It's not like Andrews wasn't on the base path. She had 2 walks and had only just 1 out off of her 0-for-1 appearance. Did score a run. Average has dropped below 500 as Andrews has been an above 500 hitter for the majority of this season, but with the hit there, notches her back up the list. Connie Patoy, coming off of a great Game 1, went 2 of 3 at the plate, picked up an RBI on her triple, and also scored a run. The 1-0 pitch for Johnson. Misses outside. Johnson came in yesterday during the 8-run rule game that the Vikings had. Johnson gave up the 3 earned runs in the 1 inning that she pitched. Had 2 outs in the inning when Layla Carpenter hit the 3-run home run off of her, finishing the game for the Vikings. Johnson now getting a clean start. Allows the first runner to reach via an infield single, and now behind 3-0 against Connie Patoy. Johnson's pitch is in there for a strike, 3-1. Nevada Johnson, one of the seniors for Simon Fraser. It's senior weekend here, as this will be Johnson's final regular season appearance. Could see her in the GNAC tournament, though. Red Leafs have 3 other seniors on this roster. 3-1 pitch to Viking senior Patoy. Similar play to Andrews. This will be stepped on second and thrown to first for a double play. All by herself she does it, as the second baseman, Ella Booth, turns the double play on a 4-3. So Haley Rath comes up, base is empty. 2 down in the first. Other seniors for the Red Leafs are Kristen Daviduke, Abby McGlynn, and Janie Balkan. Ratha Jr. Johnson comes home with 2 outs. Misses way outside for ball 1. Rath in the first game today, 0 of 3 at the plate. Did have an RBI on a ground out that scored the second run of the game for the Vikings. Average at .350 now for the shortstop Rath. Foul ball from her. A 1-1 pitch from the starter Johnson, looking for a clean first frame. Misses, 2-1. Didn't begin her career at Simon Fraser. Johnson started at UBC Okanagan before transferring to the Red Leafs program. Past 3 seasons has pitched a .619 ERA throughout those years. She's over 8 in 2025. She's had a clean first so far with the help of a double play. Now finds herself in a 2-ball, 2-strike count against Haley Rath. Vikings have scored first in every game of this series so far. Of course, the 2 shutouts on Friday, and also went up 2-0 in Game 1 today. Rath sees that pitch low and away and has worked herself into a full count. Payoff pitch from Johnson. Rath swings, hits it chopping to short. McMillan with the glove, and a throw to first to retire the opposite side shortstop. So it's clean innings by both starters. We'll head to the second inning. Scoreless so far here in Bellingham. Heart of the order coming up in the second inning for Simon Fraser. Red Leafs were sat down 1-2-3 by Kana Kong in the first. And now the 4-5-6 come up. Christian Daviduk will lead it off, followed by Janine Balkan and Cassidy Affeltz. Daviduk in the first game 0 of 3, but did have an RBI. Kong retired first 3 batters via the help of her defense. Picks up the first pitch strike. 0-1 to start the at-bat against the righty bat of Daviduk. Daviduk now batting .374 on the season. Makes her 39th start of the year for Simon Fraser. Last regular season start of her career. 0-1 hit the opposite way. Matlock on a dive. Now from the ground throws it back to Batoy and makes the play. So a nice defensive effort by Matlock there at first to get that first out. And Janine Balkan will come up. Designated player again for the Red Leafs. Ella Booth taking over at second base where we saw Balkan yesterday. 1 of 3 is Balkan today. Picked up a base hit and was stranded there in game 1. Off-speed pitch just missed for the first ball. Neither side in game 1 was able to hit for all too much power into gaps. Only 1 extra base hit shared between the teams. It was the triple by Connie Batoy. Everyone else was just hitting for singles. Malkin did have an RBI on her hit back in that 6th inning. Sent a ball into left field that tied the game. 1-1 swings into center field. Carpenter trots in for it. She has the second out, and 5 straight retired in the start right here from Kong. Cassidy Affeltz, she had a base hit in our first game. Also stole a bag back in the 3rd. Did strike out once, and now comes to the plate. Starting at the hot corner again for the Red Leafs. 2-out pitch, swing and a miss. She was behind it as Kong gets ahead. Kong had 1 strikeout through her 2 innings in our first game. Walked no batters, something that she's done very well this year, is limit the walks. Only 6 all season. Gets ahead 0-2, pounding the strike zone. Affeltz in that lefty batter's box, down 0-2. Takes a pitch, called strike 3 on the outside. 3 pitches, and Affeltz gets sat down. 6 up, 6 down through 2 for Kong. Vikings bats coming up, trying to get the first runs of the game when we come back. Bottom of the second inning, Vikings, after being sat down in order in a sense, despite having the single in the first. Double play helped out the Red Leaf starter Nevada Johnson to get out with just 3 batters faced in the first. Brings up the middle of the order, 4, 5, and 6. Andrew Jeske Ramirez, Matlock, and Johnson. Andrew Jeske Ramirez looking to find a hit here at home on senior day. She went 0 of 3 in our first game. Hasn't been making the biggest of contact so far in this home trip against the Red Leafs. After having very good performance against Central Washington. Trying to find the swing against Simon Fraser. Takes a high, strike one. She's still having a great season, .358 average. 44 hits and 46 RBI, but it just feels like hasn't necessarily had those big moments at home. Flies this one up, left center field. McGlynn on the run makes the catch into the glove for the first out. And the catcher is retired to start the second for the Vikings offense. So the Vikings did start Olivia Matlock at first base, but Joey Baker actually is going to get an at-bat here. As part of senior day, Vikings went with a substitution to give Baker an opportunity to flex her abilities as a two-way player, something that she was great in high school at. Hasn't necessarily been a hitter throughout her Vikings career. It's her first at-bat of the season. Why not let her go? 5 innings pitched in game 1, struck out 4, allowed just 2 hits and no earned runs. Now gets the at-bat here in the bottom of the second. Swings and hits this into the air, right center field on the run, and making the catch is Murphy. Almost found a gap. She goes down off the fly out to center field. Put a nice swing on it. Just didn't get it into a gap. Great coverage by the speedy Murphy out there in center. That'll bring up the hero from game 1 today, Nairi Johnson, the freshman, having her moment on senior day, hit the walk-off when she pinch hit for Rachel Traxler after Traxler came in as a defensive substitution for Lexi Barcombe earlier in the game. First pitch missing from Johnson for ball 1. Johnson at the plate. Nairi Johnson had the RBI single that sent home Layla Carpenter. Carpenter had reached earlier in the inning, advanced to second on a sacrifice bunt, and then riskily took third base. Caught the Red Leafs defense sleeping. This is rolled over to Affelt at third. Throw across the diamond. And another 3-up, 3-down inning. Still scoreless through 2 when we come back in the third here at Western Washington University. Top of the third here at Viking Field. Scoreless through 2 for each side. And so far, no one yet to make some action. It's been 6 batters through on each side of the card. So 7, 8, and 9 coming up for Simon Fraser. Ella Booth getting the start today at second base for both games. Went 0 for 3 and was moved down in the batting order just by 1 spot. She leads things off, followed by Simmons getting the start in game 2. And then you also have Taylor Henley, the catcher, making her second career season start. First pitch strike from Kiana Kong. Picked up a strikeout to end the second inning. Yet to allow a base runner. Booth looks to change that. The 0-1 pitch, swung on and hit in play. Rath at shortstop needs a strong throw, and she makes one. 6-3 she goes. That one just got past and under the glove of Kong, but back up in her was Haley Rath. That'll bring up the 8-spot hitter, McKenna Simmons, the sophomore, getting her 16th start of the year. Didn't see her in game 1 today. Saw her yesterday in game 2. As home plate umpire needs to fix his mask. For Simmons coming to the plate, 347 hitter in her limited tries. This will be her 50th at-bat of the season, but she has picked up 17 hits on the year, with 10 RBI resulting off of them. The lefty against Kong, the righty. First pitch swinging, popped it up into the infield. Connie Patoy has made some tough plays, but that one was easy. 8 straight retired by Kong to start the game. Bottom of the order hitter, Taylor Henley. Henley came to the plate twice in game 1. Laid down a sacrifice bunt. Was unsuccessful in her second try to the plate. So overall, 0 for 1 in the day. And with 2 outs, faces Kong and takes strike 1. Just the second career start of the young sophomore Henley. Saw Cadence Dobransky, the redshirt freshman, in the Friday games yesterday, but it has been Henley catching today instead. Kong's on 1 pitch with 2 outs in the third. Swung on and hit in play. Haley Rath waits on a 1-hopper. Makes the play from short. And through the order, Kauna Kong goes. First time through, faces the minimum. And we'll head to the bottom of the third. Vikings looking to get some base runners when we come back. Bottom of the third here on the south campus of Western Washington University. Battle between the two border schools. The NCAA's only collegiate school, Simon Fraser, facing off against Western Washington here in the final game of the GNAC schedule and the regular season in its whole. Next week out in Nampa, Idaho, these two teams will travel to the GNAC tournament. Vikings won that tournament last season. We'll look to take back-to-back titles. We'll have the likes of Simon Fraser there, St. Martin's, and then as well as either Northwest Nazarene or Montana State Billings, who are still playing to determine who's that final seed. Winner of their game going on right now will be the 4 seed that will match up against Western Washington come playoff time. And right now it's Montana State Billings leading the Nighthawks 2-0 in the top of the 5th. Carpenter leading off the bottom of the third. So far, Nevada Johnson has been good in the start. Swing and miss from Carpenter, 0-2. Johnson gave up a leadoff single to Andrews on an infield hit. Retired her, though, via the double play, and since then has retired every single Viking she's faced. Each of these pitchers have come out strong in the start. 7, 8, and 9 for the Vikings. Trying to change that. Carpenter first, takes the ball. Carpenter led off the 7th inning with a single, moved over on a sacrifice bunt from McKenna Crum, ended up advancing 60 more feet to third base, and as a result, was sent home in the RBI hit by Nairee Johnson that walked this game off earlier today. Now in game 2, 2-2 count for Carpenter. Overall in game 1, Carpenter went 1 of 2, had a walk and a run scored. Even count to start the bottom of the third for Western Washington. Nevada Johnson just misses low, and it'll be a full count. Payoff pitch from Johnson to start the bottom half of the inning. It's a swing and a miss from Carpenter. Johnson has her second K. It'll bring up McKenna Crum. That's actually Johnson's first strikeout. As the right fielder comes to the plate. Crum went 0 of 2 in the first game. Here on senior day looking for her hits. Seen some seniors shine like Joey Baker, Connie Patoy. Crum, Andrew Jeske Ramirez looking for some action. Lexi Barcombe had a hit also. She's the other senior that's being celebrated today. It's part of the final regular season game here at Viking Field. 0-1 start to the at-bat for Crum. Nevada Johnson has looked good in the start so far. After just pitching 1 inning yesterday and seeing a home run go over the wall against her, she's come out well and is ahead 0-2. Crum thought it was outside, instead gets rung up for a strikeout. Now 2 Ks for Johnson. 1 swinging, 1 looking. There's 2 down in the third for Lexi Barcombe. Nevada Johnson is coming off of a junior season last year, which was her best in her career as a Red Leaf. Posted a .516 ERA in 37 innings. Has struggled in 2025, but looks good here in Bellingham. Getting a full try at these Vikings. Barcombe takes the first pitch for a ball. One-0 pitch from Johnson. Barcombe hits on the ground to first base. Easy and playable for Davidouk. Another 3-up, 3-down inning by these pitchers, and we're scoreless through 3. Pitchers duel returns in the 4th when we come back. Just wait till I start talking about the weather, then it'll start raining. I remember against, like, when we were playing here when it rained, I was like, man, it's a great day right now. Boom, hail. Like, what? What is going on? So weird. And then it was sunny right after, like, an hour later. Yeah, it's ridiculous. Top of the 4th inning. It's been scoreless so far by each side. Lineup card turns over for the Red Leafs, and Aaron Murphy will lead off the 4th as Kiana Kong has retired 9 straight to start this game. But Nevada Johnson on the other side of the circle has matched her. Good start for these pitchers and defense. Murphy straight into the glove of Haley Rath for the first out. So quickly comes up McMillan. Vikings with a win would have 10 straight victories heading into the postseason. And they've won 10 of their last 11. This is on the ground by McMillan. Patoy charges, then gets it. Over to first, and efficient start to the 4th so far for Kiana Kong. Quickly brings up Abby McGlynn. McGlynn batting .400 evenly. She lined out to left in her first appearance here against Kong in Game 2. Takes the first pitch for a called ball 1. McGlynn has missed just 1 start for the Red Leafs this season. Appearance number 44 for her. It's her last in a Red Leafs uniform. 1-0 pitch. Drops below the zone, 2 balls, no strikes. So after the first 2 batters saw 2 pitches for outs, it's now a 2-0 count for McGlynn, looking to extend the 4th. McGlynn entered the weekend ranked 6th in the conference for her average, 4th in home runs. This one chopped. Patoy to her right from second. Throw to first. It's high, but it's in time on a bang-bang play. It's another 3-up, 3-down inning as the scoreless ball continues when we enter the 4th. Bottom of 4 here in Bellingham, Washington. It's a no-run ball game. Pitchers duel so far between Nevada Johnson and Kana Kong. Western Washington comes up with Malia Andrews, top of the order. Johnson has allowed a base runner, and it is Malia Andrews who had the single to start this game, but no offense otherwise. Andrews hit an infield hit, but then was part of a double play that Connie Patoy hit into. Andrews now 72 hits on the year, inching towards a Western Washington record for hits in a season, one that she set herself last season after she fouls this one away. Last season, Andrews had 74 hits for Western Washington. It is the single-season program record. Right behind her is Haley Rath's 73 hits, which also came last year. Andrews with 72 in 2025 and plenty of games to add to it. 2 balls, 1 strike after the miss high from Johnson. You have a whole GNAC tournament left on the schedule. Likely a West Regional. Maybe even a Super West Regional, and Vikings would love to get back to the college championships. This is on the ground from Andrews, backing up McMillan at short. She has to make a quick throw, very similar to how Andrews reached in the first. But instead, this time, McMillan makes the play at short for the ground out. And it brings up Connie Patoy. Patoy hit into the double play in the first inning. Nevada Johnson entered this game, batters hitting .351 off of her, has given up just 1 hit so far. Patoy rolls it foul to the third base side. One pitch from Johnson. Breaking pitch to Patoy. Misses for ball 1. Cal State East Bay in the CCAA is right now the #1 team in the West. Yesterday split their doubleheader against Cal State San Marcos. Had a 9-inning loss against San Marcos, 2-1. Won the first game today 5-4. Those are the 2 teams ranked above Western Washington, along with San Francisco State, who split a doubleheader against Cal State San Bernardino yesterday, but has won game 1 today 6-5 over the Coyotes. 2-1 pitch to Patoy. Swings and hits it in the air left side, and it's foul out of the reach of McGlynn out in left field. 2-2. All eyes will be on that CCAA tournament to see how the West Region ends up shaping out. You have the 3 teams above the Vikings in the West, all in that conference tournament. Vikings would Love the leapfrog 1 or 2. Heading into the West Regionals. Vikings hosted the West Regional as the 1 seed last year here in Bellingham, Washington. Won it on their home field. Advanced to the Super West Regional where they beat Cal State Dominguez Hills, also here in Bellingham. Payoff pitch from Johnson to Patoy with 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. This is the opposite way into right field. Patoy has another base hit today as the senior. Now 3 hits this Saturday, the first of this game, and just the second allowed by Nevada Johnson in her start. Haley Rath, the shortstop, comes up. Rath picked up her 35th RBI of the year in Game 1. Despite the high total, it's just 4th on the Vikings team. Johnson's pitch to the shortstop, Rath, is taken on the inside for strike 1. First ever Western Washington Viking to win Freshman of the Year and Player of the Year in a career, and she won them back-to-back. Most recent Viking to win the GNAC Player of the Year since Emily Benson in 2019. Rath fouls away the pitch, 0-2. Has made her career as a shortstop for Western Washington, despite out of Eatonville High School, never playing the position. Here's the 0-2. Breaking pitch misses high. First ball to Rath. Bottom of the 4th, offense trying to break through against these starters. Rath with 1 out at the plate. Inside, borderline ball 2. After the Patoy single, 2-2 to Rath. Foul ball, and she keeps it alive. Johnson from the rubber, still even with Rath, who fights it away again. For Nevada Johnson, her best start of the season was against Western Oregon on the 23rd of March. Pitched 5 innings, allowing 1 hit. In the win over the Wolves, she's looked good so far against Western Washington today. In the bottom of the 4th, has a runner on against her. Just the second base runner she's allowed. That one misses high and away. Full count. Rath in a nice long at-bat here against Johnson following the hit from Patoy. In the 3-2, it's chopped foul. Biggest thing skewing the numbers for Johnson this year was an outing against St. Martin's just last weekend. She pitched 3 1/3 and gave up 10 runs to the Saints. Craziest thing in that game is Simon Fraser went on to win that game, 19-11. Payoff pitch. Rath again fouls it off. Really making Johnson work here. With the runner on first, Vikings have hit into a double play already. Long drawn out at bat here by the junior Rath. Johnson looks to find the payoff pitch. Signal comes from the dugout. Delivers the 1-out pitch, and it's high for ball 4. Rath has drawn the walk. First and second for Western Washington ahead of the team's RBI leader, Emma Andrzejewski Ramirez. She's without a hit here on senior day and is 0 for 1 in this game against Johnson. First walk given up by Johnson in the start. 27th walk allowed of the season for her. Swung on, hit out into left field. That'll be a base hit. Here comes Patoy. The throw to the plate is in time, but the tag not applied. Patoy slides and avoids it as Henley could not get it on Patoy, and the Vikings take a 1-0 lead off the RBI single from Andrzejewski Ramirez. McGlynn had her gunned at the plate. The throw was just a bit wide, and Taylor Henley did not get the tag on Patoy. It's 1-0 Western Washington. So it's a single for Andrzejewski Ramirez. She ends up at second due to the throw. Rath is at third. There's 1 out with 2 in scoring position as Andrzejewski Ramirez with her first hit of the day. Matlock a chance to break it open for the Vikes. Takes the first pitch for a high ball. Man, it looked like for a second that Patoy was easily going to be out at the plate. Catcher Henley just didn't get a tag on in time, as Abby McGlynn's throw brought her a little bit off of home plate. Here's Matlock with 1 out. Takes another pitch, 2-0. So Andrzejewski Ramirez adds to her team leading, now 47 runs batted in on the year. Matlock in a 2-0 driver's seat count with 2 in scoring position. Fouls it away for the first strike. Andrzejewski Ramirez second in the conference for runs batted in behind Heather Ebner of St. Martin's, who has a deep lead with 57 entering the weekend. She's on a Saints team that the Vikings very well could see at the GNAC tournament next weekend. Strike delivered in against Matlock, an even 2-2 count. Matlock 0 of 3 in the first game, flew out to center field in her first appearance against Nevada Johnson. The 2-2 pitch in the dirt bounces, and it's a full count. Matlock, 5th in the order, is the batter with the second most RBI for this Vikings team, 37. Big payoff pitch coming here from Johnson. Delivers in the circle. Matlock on a line to Affelt, out of the glove. Now a throw over to first, goes high and wide, commits the error, and now the run comes in to score. Rath is at home. Andrzejewski Ramirez is at third. Matlock safe at first, and the Vikings lead 2-0. Was in and out of the glove of Affelt at third. She recovered, but the throw was way high above the head of Christian Daviduk. So despite the scoreless first 3 innings, now Nevada Johnson has surrendered 2, and Simon Fraser will take time here. Nairi Johnson set to come back to the plate after grounding out in her first appearance. Score update from Northwest Nazarene. 2-0 still, Yellow Jackets leading the Nighthawks. Win from the Yellow Jackets evens them in a conference record with NNU. But before our game today, I listened into a little bit of NNU's broadcast, and they were treating it as a must-win for the Nighthawks in this game too. So what it at least seems like is that Yellow Jackets with a victory off of just 3 more outs against NNU, could potentially be headed to the GNAC tournament and could steal that spot away from the host Nighthawks. We'll have to see what the tiebreakers go down as. Nairi Johnson at the plate, runners on the corners. 2 runs already in the 4th against Nevada Johnson in the circle. Inside, strike 1 called on the low side of the zone. Nairi Johnson at the plate hit the walk-off RBI single in the first game today. Has a chance to add to already a 2-run 4th inning. Vikings have scored first again now in all 4 games against the Red Leafs. Chance to add more to it. On the ground. Past the second baseman, and that's going to bring in a run. An RBI single up the middle. Just went past the glove of Ella Booth. And that's an RBI single for Johnson. Andrew Jeske Ramirez, after her base hit, has now scored. That is now 3 hits in the inning for the Vikings and a 3-0 lead. Matlock was given an official base hit with the run scoring due to the throwing error after the base hit was scored. And Layla Carpenter is up with 2 on, 3-0 score for the Vikings. Strike 1 in from Johnson. Nairi Johnson at first, Olivia Matlock standing at second. Patoy Rath, Andrew Jeske Ramirez have all scored in the inning. Still just 1 out as well in the 4th. It was the very first out of the inning against Malia Andrews that started it off. Carpenter takes strike 2 and now behind in the count 0-2. Carpenter struck out swinging back in the 3rd. McKenna Crum on deck for Western Washington. Carpenter takes it low and away for the first ball. Patoy had a base hit that started it off here in this 4th. Rath followed her with a walk. That put 2 on for Andrew Jeske Ramirez, who got the RBI base hit. That brought in the first run of the game, and then Olivia Matlock smoked a ball to 3rd base that went out of the glove of Affeltz. Throwing error went over the head of the first baseman Daviduk, as this is on the ground by Carpenter. She's got speed and no play at first. Bases are loaded on an infield hit by Layla Carpenter. Everything rolling the Vikings' way here in this inning. Matlock does not get an RBI on her single because there's a run scored as a result of the error. Nairi Johnson does have an RBI after the hit that she had that put her now standing on second base after Layla Carpenter's infield single. And McKenna Crum with the bases juiced up. 1 out here in the bottom of the 4th. Ball on the outside. Nevada Johnson had only allowed 1 hit entering the 4th inning. Vikings have tagged her for 5 and also a walk. They've gotten her for the first 3 runs of this game. Crum rolls it over first baseman Daviduk will play it. They'll throw home to get the force out and save the run. A nice catch by Henley there. So Daviduk takes that play and takes out number 2. Crum will be on first base as a result. Matlock is out in the advance home. So it's Johnson at 3rd, Carpenter at 2nd, Crum at 1st for Lexi Barkham. Cheryl Gilmore out to discuss something with the 3rd base umpire Chad Smith. Maybe checking to see if Taylor Henley's foot was on the plate or not. It was confirmed out. So bases will stay loaded. 2 outs and a 3-0 lead for Western Washington. The senior Lexi Barkham about to take her swing. She grounded out to the 3rd baseman unassisted her last time up. The first baseman Daviduk just did a nice job saving a run for Simon Fraser. With bases loaded, threw it home to get the force out. Now Barkham with 2 down, bases juiced up for her. Strike 1 thrown in by Johnson from the circle. The 0-1 delivery. High to Barcombe, ball one. Andrews, who started this inning with a ground out waiting on deck, likes have almost batted around here in the fourth. One through 9 have come up here in the fourth. All loaded up for Barcombe, the senior. Low for ball two. Nyree Johnson standing at third, represented by a single. Layla Carpenter, an infield hit, standing at second. McKenna Crum on first, a result of a fielder's choice. Johnson had been perfect up to this point. Now facing a lot of trouble in the fourth. Barcombe just pokes that one foul. Battles through and stays 2-2. Barcombe sees it high, and it's a full count. Nowhere to put Lexi. A walk scores and makes it 4-0. Barcombe settles into that lefty's batter's box. The left fielder with the bases juiced up, 2 outs in the fourth. Johnson's pitch to her. The payoff is slapped foul by Barcombe. Some long at-bats here for Nyree Johnson, for Nevada Johnson in the circle. Barcombe just trying to keep the line moving with Andrews on deck. Another payoff pitch, just tipped foul by Lexi Barcombe. Johnson tries to find the pitch to finish the inning. Just 3 runs damage done. Another 3-2. Hit in play. Affelt at third. Bobbles it, then goes to her own bag and makes the play there, stepping on it. So it's close, but the bases will be left loaded, but not before Western Washington gets 3 runs in the fourth, and they lead 3-0 heading into 5. When I said it, I was like, man, I wish I knew what she played in Eatonville. Yeah. I don't know. That's like a note from like 3 years ago that I had that I've just like copy and pasted. I know. They're talking about something. Yeah, it just says started all 49 games at shortstop, position she never played, arriving to WWU. Oh yeah. She loves to, and they never change them. They never change them. She just likes flexing that. Oh, like interference. Well, she did. It did seem like. Yeah, that's a good argument. Because I was wondering, it looked awkward, like her running to third. No, she got ejected one time, I think. I saw her. I think last year. I remember her getting ejected. Yeah, I don't. substitution. After having a big yell, you're like, all right, here's number. Yeah. Top of the 5th inning here at Viking Field. Allie Kimball enters the game as Kong will exit after 4 innings pitched. Scoreless innings. Kong faced the minimum through 4. 12 up, 12 down. Kimball looks to continue that, says she's now been granted a 3-0 lead. Kimball coming out of the bullpen here for Western Washington, kind of the reverse that we've seen throughout the season and throughout Kimball and Kong's career. They've been the duo where Kimball starts, Kong finishes it. Now a save situation for Allie Kimball here entering the 5th. She delivers her first pitch for a ball. Kimball does have 1 save on the season. She's appeared out of the bullpen twice, making her 22nd appearance. Excuse me, that's 23rd appearance on this season. There was some discussion in between the innings between Cheryl Gilmore and the umpires, and a warning was actually issued to Coach Gilmore of the Vikings, trying to argue that there was potentially defensive interference on her player when she was trying to run to third, maybe have been blocked a little bit from trying to get there in a fair amount of time. That resulted in the outs. It was Layla Carpenter that was the runner ruled out to finish the inning, but the ruling stayed the same, so it's still a 3-0 in the top of the 5th. Daviduk at the plate. First batter for Kimball here in a 2-1. She fouls it back. Andrew Jessica Ramirez threw the mask off but was late on her dive try, and it will be 2-2. Kimball entered the weekend series with a 2.12 ERA. Was part of the first game shutout yesterday. Kimball went 4 innings in that start. Earned the win in the 5-0 victory. Daviduk fouls it up and back. Kimball back onto the rubber. 2-2, delivers the pitch. This on a line out into left field. Well struck, back to the wall. That's way out of here by Daviduk. She's got her 13th homer of the year, and it's a solo shot against the new arm. And Kimball is greeted with the first run of the game for Simon Fraser. It's 3-1. First time we've seen Daviduk flex the power here in this series against Western Washington as she leaves the yard. Entered this weekend series second in the conference with 12 home runs. She stays at that mark with her 13th, and it's 3-1. Balkan comes to the plate. It's a nice job by Simon Fraser to answer the 3 runs, halt the Vikings' momentum. Kimball was looking for that shutdown inning to try and get your hot offense back up to the plate, but now run has come across. Kimball's behind 2-0 as well. This pitch swung on and hit shallow left field for Barcombe. That's the first out in the 5th. So Kimball gets the batter after giving up the solo home run. Brings up Cassidy Affelt, the junior. Struck out looking against Kiana Kong. Vikings had not allowed a hit through 4 innings before that solo home run. Red Leafs now with just 1 hit in the game. It was a productive one as Simon Fraser going to go to the bench here. Instead of Affelt, they will bring in Annika Jansen. Jansen enters the junior. Lefty bat settles in here, pinch hitting for Affelt. Takes first pitch strike. Jansen on the season entered this weekend series at a .250 average with just 1 hit and 4 at-bats. Takes a pitch up and in, 1-1. Kimball in her first inning of work. Delivers in a 1-1 count, finds the strike zone. We did see Jansen in our first game of this doubleheader yesterday. She was a pinch runner, now getting the at-bat. Just her 5th of the year. Strike called, strike 3 on the outside. Kimball her first K, and it's looking. Back-to-back outs gained after the leadoff home run. So Stacy Fournier of Simon Fraser has gone to give some different players some opportunities in this game. We've seen Taylor Henley catching for both games. Now Annika Jansen with the pinch hitting appearance. Both players that haven't seen a whole lot of playing time throughout the regular season. Booth at the plate after grounding out to short in her first appearance. 1-0 jammed up and back foul for the first strike. One pitch comes home from Kimball. Popped up foul for a strike. Kimball in just her sophomore season with the Western Washington University Vikings after being an NFCA National Freshman of the Year finalist last year. Jammed her for another foul ball. Kimball is one of the main reasons why the Vikings had such a successful postseason run. She turned into their ace when it came to the postseason. Was on the All-NCAA tournament team after only being an All-GNAC honorable mention. You had all this youth on the Vikings team, yet the Vikings didn't end up with the GNAC Freshman of the Year. After Kimball misses that one, 2 balls, 2 strikes. He had a lot of cases for it. Kong, Andrews, Kimball. They'll take team success over the individual award any day, though. Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. SFU has scored a run already. Booth swings and fouls it again. Kimball looking for the put-away pitch, delivers in the even count, another foul ball. And if you want to point to something that Kimball did struggle with last season, it was giving up the long ball. 12 home runs against her in 2024. The home run in this inning is just her 6th allowed this year. She's a player that pitches to contact. Sometimes that contact can be a little hard, as we saw to start this 5th inning. Booth takes it low, and it's a full count. Wonderful at bat here from the second baseman. Really making Kimball work hard, and Simon Fraser has graded the new arm not in the nicest of ways. Kiana Kong finishes her 4 innings entering this with Kimball taking over. Just 32 pitches as this is jammed up foul by Booth again. Kong threw 25 pitches in the first game, so just 50 overall on the day. Kimball looking for a way to get out Booth. Hasn't found the pitch to either miss the bat or get weak enough contact in play. Another 3-2. Swing and a miss, gets the high strikeout. Back-to-back Ks finish the inning. Not before Simon Fraser, though, gets the solo home run to make it 3-1. Western Washington still on top, heading to the bottom of 5. Bottom of the 5th inning here in Bellingham, Washington. 3-1 lead for your Western Washington Vikings over the Simon Fraser Red Leafs. Vikes looking for a sweep of Simon Fraser here in this weekend series. They've already taken 3 out of 4. Looking for their 10th straight win in a row. Simon Fraser goes to the bullpen with Alexandra Nazaroff taking over for Nevada Johnson, now in the bottom of the 5th. Lee Andrews greets her with a first pitch ball taken. Andrews 1 of 2 in the game, with a single and a ground out. All 9 batters came to the plate in the 4th inning as part of a 3-run inning for Western Washington. Ended with the bases loaded, though, as the damage could have been further. Johnson just 3 runs against her, all earned runs in this start. And it calls upon Alexandra Nazaroff for the 2nd time in this series. The starter Johnson ends up going 4 innings with 74 pitches, gave up 6 hits and 3 earned runs. 5 of those hits and her 1 walk allowed were all in the 4th inning. Johnson struck out 2, and now we see Nazaroff. 2-1 the count for her. Pitching changes on both sides heading into now this 5th inning. Nazaroff limited the Vikings to just 1 hit yesterday as Andrews greets her, but the 2nd hit of the game for the 3rd baseman. 2 of 3 on the day now for Andrews. Nazaroff went an inning and a 1/3 yesterday in the first game of 2. She walked 1 batter, gave up no runs though. Final score out in Nampa, Idaho. Montana State Billings have upset the Northwest Nazarene Nighthawks 2-0. MSUB wins both games here on Saturday as this one bounces in the plate. Andrews going to take off to second base on a wild pitch. They'll give her a steal for that. 10 steals now for Andrews. 1-0 the count for Patoy. First pitch swing into the shortstop. McMillan backs up for it, throws across. 1 hopper picked up by Daviduk. After the throw, Andrews moves up to 3rd. So it's a productive 6-3 ground out for Patoy to put a runner 60 feet away. As Haley Rath comes to the plate, 0 of 1 with a walk and a run. So Billings ends up taking 3 out of 4 out in Nampa against the Northwest Nazarene Nighthawks and steals that final spot in the conference tournament. I think pending tiebreakers, it seems like MSUB is heading to the GNAC tournament. Oh, that hit Rath inside. Big miss from Nazaroff. So Rath will put runners on the corners due to the hit by pitch. Emma Andrew Jeski Ramirez with 1 out, trying to avoid the double play with the runner on 3rd. Time called here. The catcher back into the batter's box. 1 of 2 today. First pitch, strike to Andrew Jeske Ramirez. Back-to-back strikes delivered by Nazaroff after hitting Rath and giving up the base hit to Andrews in her first inning of relief. Mike's trying to add on to what is now a 2-run lead. Scored 3 in the 4th inning. Solo home run in the 5th. Gave Simon Fraser 1 run in this game. SFU has now scored in both games. This is way wild behind the plate. Runner in Rath will move to second. Andrews still at third, and that's a big play because now double play. Not in order here for Simon Fraser's defense. Ball on the ground could score a run. Nazaroff maybe now hunting the strikeout. Delivers a 1-2 pitch. That's just fouled. The 1-2 again. This one bounces away. Andrews going to head to second as it spins around in the dirt. And Andrews scored. Rath even took a look at it. And on the wild pitch, Andrews is home. So Andrews reaches on the single, ends up stealing second. Now all the way home for her, and it's 4-1 Western Washington. Rath now 60 feet away with 1 out. That fouled off by Andrew Jeske Ramirez. So it is confirmed Montana State Billings will be the 4 seed in the GNAC tournament after taking 3 out of 4 against Northwest Nazarene. So the playoff field has been set as far as the 4 teams that will participate. Western Washington, Simon Fraser, St. Martin's, and Montana State Billings. On the ground to the third baseman, Affelt. Scoop now thrown to first for an out. Rath stays at third, was diving back in case Affelt made that catch without a hop, but it's just a traditional 5-3 ground out. And with 2 outs, Matlock comes to the plate. Pitch to Matlock, taken for the first ball. Simon Fraser dropping these games, there is a realistic chance that they'll fall to the 3 seed, although that doesn't necessarily matter because your matchup is still going to be the same. It just determines home and away, which could impact the game, but you're still going to see the same opponent. Pitch drops in there for the first strike. St. Martin's is playing their final games of the season against Western Oregon, which is an opponent that they already beat 5-1 earlier today. Currently in their second matchup against them, but it will also play 2 games tomorrow. And after that, we'll officially know the seeding for the GNAC tournament. This one bounces. Rath is going to take off home. An aggressive chance. She slides, and she's out on a diving tag from Hanley. Vikings do score 1 in the 5th. So it's 4-1 going into the 6th after the play on the wild pitch. Henley tags Rath, and we'll head to 6 here in Bellingham. On to the 6th we go here in Bellingham, Washington. The home Western Washington Vikings closing out the regular season here, and they have so far done it well. 3 out of 4 taken of these 4 games played against the Red Leafs, and they lead in the 4th game here 4-1. Top of the 6th, Allie Kimball. Still out in a save situation. She entered, gave up the solo home run, will now face 8, 9, and 1. McKenna Simmons leads it off, getting the start in this game in right field as Lauren Lutguide ends up heading to the bench as far as Stacy Fournier's lineup card went for this second game. Kimball's second inning of work after giving the leadoff home run up. Retired the next 3 batters, 2 via strikeouts. Not something Kimball has made a career out of, striking out batters, but froze one and got one swinging. Now faces off against Simmons for the first time in this weekend series. Kimball did not see Simmons yesterday. 1-2 after the miss. Kimball right now a 2.03 ERA. Will tick up a little bit after the solo home run. He's approaching 100 innings pitched in 2025. One-two on the ground. Kimball gloves it herself. Overhand toss to first for the first out.
First up the bat for the day for the Red Leafs, number 3, Lizzie Sudrak.
Pinch hitter coming in for Simon Fraser. Taylor Henley will not get the at-bat. Instead, it will be Lizzie Sugrive. Sugrive can catch, so it'll be a question to see if Henley returns to this game after getting pinch hit for. We saw Sugrive in the first game of this weekend series, was the designated player, and went 0 for 2, grounding into a double play one of those times to the plate. Now comes in as a bench option for Fournier and the Red Leafs. She'll face off against Kimball. Same pitcher she was unsuccessful against yesterday. So the sophomore bat of Sugrive now here off the bench. Righty on righty. 1 out pitch taken for strike 1. Vikings a 3-run lead here over the Red Leafs, looking for a complete sweep of Simon Fraser this weekend. Vikings on the season are 5-1 against Simon Fraser, 3-0 in these conference games. That one taken high for ball 1. The 1-1 pitch from Kimball, swung on line straight into the glove of Andrews. That's why they call it the hot corner. And she makes the catch for the second out.
Next up the bat for the Red Leafs is number 9, Erin Murphy.
Erin Murphy. The leadoff bat is 0 for 2. Trying to reach, trying to steal another bag. 43 stolen bases. We've talked about it all throughout the series. She's now tied for the GNAC and Simon Fraser single season record. 4 steals in a season. Takes the first pitch for a strike. And for Western Washington, it looks like now for the matchup that they'll have, Montana State Billings, a 3-1 record against the Yellow Jackets when they head to the conference tournament starting May 1st. That's the matchup that they draw. Vikings were going to feel confident no matter who they were facing. They swept Northwest Nazarene earlier this year in Nampa. Took 3 of 4 here at home against the Yellow Jackets. All those conference tournament games will be on the GNAC Sports YouTube channel, where you can follow the Vikings on the road from here on out. This is flied towards the Vikings bullpen and out for foul. 0-2 in the at-bat here against Murphy. First time Kimball seeing Murphy today. Yesterday in Allie Kimball's start, she was successful against the leadoff batter. Forced Murphy to go 0 of 2 in their matchups. And now an 0-2 count. 2 outs in the top of the 6th. Murphy hits it on a line to left field. It's once again into the Vikings bullpen. Still just 1 hit allowed by this Viking staff. It is the solo home run from Christian Daviduk. Joey Kanakong started this game and went 4 no-hit innings. In fact, it was 4 perfect innings. Didn't allow a walk or a base runner through them. Strike 3 called. Kimball gets her 3rd K in just 2 innings, and it's 3 up, 3 down in the 6th. Vikings lead at 4-1 when we come back. Bottom of 6 now, Western Washington 4, Simon Fraser 1. Mike's looking for the sweep, trying to add some offense here with Olivia Matlock leading off the bottom of the 6th inning. First time that she sees Alexandra Nazaroff in this game too on this Saturday afternoon. Matlock went 1 for 2 against the starter Johnson, had a single in the 4th as part of the 3-run inning by Western Washington. Mike says a team 7 hits as Matlock rolls it foul for the 2nd strike. Nazaroff came into the 5th, gave up a single to Malia Andrews, also allowed her to steal 2nd. After Connie Patoy hit a ground out, Andrews moved up to 3rd base. Haley Rath was hit by a pitch back in the 5th, put runners on the corners, and a wild pitch during the Andrew Jeski Ramirez at-bat sent Malia Andrews home to score the 1 run in the 5th. Matlock scoops a foul ball to stay alive 0-2. So 3 in the 4th, 1 in the 5th. It's 4-1 Western Washington. It was a 3-2 victory if you missed it in our first game of this doubleheader for Western Washington. Matlock chases that in the dirt. Drop 3rd strike, throw down to secure the strikeout. And Matlock goes down swinging for the first out in the 6th. First K for Nazaroff out of the bullpen. In the first game of our doubleheader today, Vikings had a 2-0 lead where Simon Fraser showed some late strength in the 6th inning. Set us tied into the bottom of the 6th. Vikings could not score and entered the bottom of the 7th inning. Walk-off hit was delivered by the woman at the plate, Nyree Johnson, getting the DP spot in this game. She was the pinch hitter in that 7th inning. She has an RBI single today in both games. 1 in the 4th inning of this 2nd game, and 1 for 2 overall against the Red Leafs here. Finishing off the regular season. A 1-1 count as Nazaroff comes home inside to her. 1-1. She waits and sends it on a line into center field. 2nd hit of the game for Johnson. 3rd on the day. And she's on first with another single. 2nd hit given up by the relief pitcher Nazaroff. Brings up Layla Carpenter, who is 1 for 2 with a strikeout and a single. Her single was an infield one, but actually, check that. Cheryl Gilmore is going to go to the bench and give Haley Kim an at-bat. Kim, the utility freshman, comes off the bench and will pinch hit for the center fielder. Kim on the season, this will be her 34th at-bat. Her 30th overall appearance. She is so far 6 of 33 for an average of 182 below the Mendoza line. Runner on first for Kim. Number 23 on her back in the righty's batter's box against Nazaroff. This one bounces away, and Johnson will take second base on the wild pitch. Kim takes strike one, 1-1. Here in her freshman season, coming off of a very successful prep career. She was a 4-time 4A All-West Coast selection, including a selection on the first team her last 2 seasons of her prep career. On the ground, past the diving Affelt, past the diving McMillan. Runners on the corners now for Western Washington after Haley Kim gets the pinch hit single. First and third for the Vikes. McKenna Crum, the senior, will get the at-bat. Crum is 0 for 2 in game 2. Struck out, hit into a fielder's choice during the 4th inning. 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. Nairi Johnson at third, 60 feet away from adding to this Vikings cushion lead. Strike 1 delivered into the lefty bat of Crum. Crum right now the only senior without a hit, unless you're counting Joey Baker, who did get an at-bat in this game. That one goes low for a ball. She's got runners on the corners for her. Already a 3-run lead for Western. 3 outs away from a sweep. Trying to give their pitcher, Allie Kimball, a chance to close this game out. 2 balls, 1 strike. Haley Kim at first base. Nairi Johnson at third, represented by singles. She fouls this one back for strike 2. Even 2-2 count as Nazaroff gets a sign from the dugout. Comes home in a 1-out pitch. This on the ground from Crum. Could be 2. McMillan over to second. Over to first from Booth, not in time with the speed of Crum beating it out. So a 6-4 ground out results in the 2nd out in the inning. Kim is out advancing to second. Crum will stand at first, and a runner comes across. Double play would have resulted in a non-RBI for Crum, but it's now 5-1 Western Washington. Johnson able to score off the ground out as Red Leafs cannot turn 2 to end the inning, and it brings up Lexi Barcombe. 5-1 now the lead for Western Washington. Barcombe 0 of 2 in game 2 today. Crum going on the first try, throw down to her. She slides in safely as Crum has the stolen base, her 10th of the year. Barcombe now with a runner in scoring position after the stolen base from Crum. Nazaroff with the 0-1. This is into right field. Crum has speed. It's going to be a play at the plate. The throw comes in. The tag is not applied, and it's an RBI single for Lexi Barcombe. The seniors here in the 6th make it 6-1 Western Washington. Crum uses her speed to steal second, goes second to home. On a shallow single from Barcombe, it gets the job done. 2 runs now in the 6th for the Vikes, and Malia Andrews at the plate. Andrews is a 2 for 3 hitter today with 2 singles. That one misses low outside to her. Scored a run back in the 5th inning after reaching on the base hit to start that frame. Stole second base, scored on a wild pitch as well after moving up to third. Pitch low and outside for ball 2. Nazaroff has now surrendered 3 earned runs against her since coming out of this Simon Fraser bullpen. All 6 runs are earned against these pitchers. Johnson responsible for 3. Nazaroff the latest victim. That's a low part of the strike zone, 2-1. All setting up Allie Kimball with a nice 5-run cushion should she come out for the 7th. Here's the 2-out pitch. Taken on the outside, strike 2. Andrews takes it for ball 3. It's a full count. In her final regular season, trying to finish the regular season above 500. She gets a single here or a walk. I believe the math is out to above 500. Takes the walk, and she will be on first base. Puts runners on first and second. Barkham moves over 60 feet for now Connie Patoy. Patoy, the senior, has had a very successful day at the plate through both games. She's 1 of 3, scored a run in this one. Had the RBI triple back in the first game, also scored a run as part of a 2 for 3 performance. At the plate with 2 on and 2 outs, she takes the first pitch for a ball. Big swing on a drive into left field. That'll get back up against the wall. Scores at least 1 with Barkham. Andrews is into third on a RBI double from the senior. Connie Patoy, have yourself a day. It's a 6-run lead for Haley Rath coming up. 2 in scoring position. Nazaroff has now surrendered 3 in the inning, 4 overall in her relief appearance, as Stacy Fournier is out of the Simon Fraser dugout to talk things over. Connie Patoy, back-to-back 2-hit games now on senior day, producing runs and runs batted in each time that she has done that. Haley Rath, so far 0-1. She was hit in her last appearance. She also drew a walk in the 4th. Has scored a run 1 time. She was out trying to take home on a wild pitch back in the 5th. She could finish this game early with 1 swing. Saw Layla Carpenter hit a 3-run homer yesterday to make it an 8-run rule victory for Western Washington. And now with the Vikings up by 6, they've got 2 in scoring position, but 2 outs. Nazaroff just trying to get through the frame. First pitch strike to Rath. 4 hits in the inning for the Vikings. Also 1 walk allowed to Malia Andrews from Nazaroff, who has now given up 5 hits through just under 2 innings. Rath on the ground, off the glove of the pitcher, and that'll score 1. They're going to wave Patoy home. Here's the play at the plate, and she is out trying to advance home. So it will be a run scored, but then Patoy out on the advance. RBI picked up for Rath. We'll head to the 7th inning. 8-1 Western Washington leads. This is the 7th inning, and for the final time, we'll see Western Washington here at Viking Field in the regular season, leading 8-1. Allie Kimball to the circle to try and get the final 3 outs. Send the Vikings on a high note heading into the conference tournament. Western Washington has won their last 9 straight. They've won 3 here against Simon Fraser over this weekend series, looking for a sweep of their North Border rivals, the Simon Fraser Red Leafs. Kimball in the circle to get the final 3, hopefully. McMillan, McGlynn, and Davidouk. This is the shortstop, McMillan, 0 for 2. This has been a pitching masterclass for Western Washington. Kiana Kong in the start went 4 perfect innings. Just 1 hit allowed by Allie Kimball, the solo home run back in the 5th inning. Just got to throw him over the plate. There's a swing and a miss. And excuse me, they have Lauren Luchtehide actually batting in replacement of McMillan. So McMillan, the shortstop, ends up being pinch hit for. This is Luchtehide at the plate in the 1-1 count. Luchtehide puts it in play. Haley Rath with a snow cone glove. Big time throw with the arm. 6-3 ground out, 2 to go for Western. Abby McGlynn will come to the dish to bat 0-2 so far in game 2. Lefty settles in. Lined out to left field. Hit a ground out to second. First pitch swinging out to center. Carpenter has it easily with a second out. So Kristen Davidouk, who tagged Allie Kimball with the solo home run in the 5th after Kimball came out of the bullpen, will now come to the plate a second time. It's the only hit in the game for Simon Fraser. What a job by Western Washington to shut down the Red Leafs. The offense, as you would assume, has followed. And a first pitch ball delivered from Kimball. Davidouk now 13 home runs on the season. Takes a pitch high and in. Ball 2. Kimball trying to figure out where that was called, and just a little bit above the zone. (2-0) fouled back. Kimball just trying to get this final out, send the Vikings to the postseason on fire, as Western Washington looks to have a repeat of last year, where they dominated and they turned it up when it came to postseason softball. Davidouk lays off the pitch, 3-1, trying to extend this game for her Red Leafs. Simon Fraser's season will continue after this game, heading to the conference tournament along with Western Washington. 2 teams could match up in the tournament championship game if Simon Fraser can beat St. Martin's. Vikings set to match up against Montana State Billings. That's smoked foul for strike 2. Full count now. 3-2 walk-off win to start today. This one's been a lot like what we saw on Friday, with a 5-0 victory in game 1 and an 8-0 win in the second game. Kimball just 1 strike away from finishing the regular season on top. Here's her payoff pitch. Davidouk in play. Andrews with the glove. Nice grab in the hot corner. Andrews flashes the leather and gets the 3rd out in the 7th. Western Washington has won 10 straight, and the number 10 team in the nation has now advanced to the GNAC tournament as the regular season title winners. They'll look to have a phenomenal postseason as they did last year. For the final time, potentially from Viking Field, Western Washington closes it out with 4 victories. Kiana Kong in this game picking up her 9th win of the season. Nevada Johnson earns her 9th loss of the season. SFU will try and bounce back in the conference tournament next week. May 1st, Vikings go in action on GNAC Sports. They'll be live streamed. You can catch them there. But for everyone here at Viking TV, thanks for another great softball season. All eyes on the West Regional and how the West lays out to see if we'll be back here for some postseason softball, But if not, thanks for another great season here at Viking Field. Western Washington wins it 8-1, and they'll head to the postseason. Have a good night, and thanks for joining us.